I'm regretting that I forgot the hat at home. It's underneath the tree. That's the one thing that we did that I didn't remember today. But we did. Speaking of GME, we did remember this. And yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that, and last week, and all of that. We've been telling you this one level at GameStop. When everyone gets excited when it's at 30, it's like when it breaks 32 and a quarter. Just don't forget it, because on a day like today, if things slow down and there's not much happening and you get a break at that top, then you want a squeeze name. And if you got a squeeze name out there, then it's good to go. While we were talking to Mitch, just worth pointing out a few things here, though. Tesla's are now up 1.5%. So it's been gently climbing. Now, when I sat down, there was an obvious level of Tesla here at 434. That was a resistance all day yesterday. I was sort of thinking it's an obvious long out in front of it. Now you'd have to pull back almost $3 to get to that price. I might start looking at VWAP or 435 to try to get into this. It looks so obvious, that resistance into support, but you're already trading away from it on Tesla as that one goes higher. The NASDAQ and the ES both into the green. The thing that hasn't broken yet, NVIDIA still hasn't broken out that 140.5, but Tesla certainly already on the run. It's gearing up to be a nice one here with the market breaking away. So you got to like what you see early, but we're still 30 minutes from the open.
Yeah, I'm not expecting too much on the imbalances. We can show a little bit of that there. But yeah, GME, funny that Mitch talked about that as well. We have that right now on the sticky note as well here today. Just looking for a top break. And I put as well as Tilray showing out there. I said 420, huh? Remember that tweet right there? And we have today, it's starting to go a little bit to the upside. I'm not going to talk too much about GME. Neil just talked about it. But Tilray, which we may or may not get to. There it is. So up 8 and a bit as investors, probably more like traders rather than investors, get excited here about a potential move in the new year with over 12% short float in Tilray. We've seen this name really, really moon. But that was when they had that short float of over 50 to 70% or something. Way back in the day, this name got to $250 on, I think it was low float and the short. But now that's all been changed. So Tilray rate into here, 160. It looks like we're back above that level. So for me, I wrote down 140 on the sticky note was a level that we liked. And the reason why is that is basically where that 50-period moving average is and where the top, maybe I'll just zoom in just a little bit to show you guys, right into here, this 140 to 145 area is where I was thinking. Yesterday's close in and around 140, 141. So we'll see if we can get a dip buy for Tilray today. I don't want to get too excited about it, trading up 8% when I know it's basically a fraudulent trade, but it's going to be one that, it could be one of those plays where you put a little bit of money in now, see if you get that bump coming into the new year, and then if it's real and you believe in it and it starts to get a little bit more oomph into it other than what people believe could happen, then I like Tilray there. And I think that it's moving much more, at least it was last time I checked. CGC, this name's been... This is interesting because it's been split and all that kind of stuff, so there's CGC problems as well. But $5.50 down to $3. Either way, there's a lot of these marijuana names. If you want to play it safe, you just go with MSOS. But I think Tilray is the one with over 12% short float. So you can see it's the only one moving right now. So we'll see what's going on with Tilray. But another play there, similar to GME, but I think GME has been hanging out at that top for a while. I like that break of 32 better than anything else, just as a trade. So it's pulled back, though, a little bit here off that 32. Not today, but just since then. 31 and a quarter maybe is the break early. Before we go back to the desk, I know it's 9:06. We got to get on this train here a little bit. I just wanted to show you there wasn't too much on here so far here today. So Go EV warrants, so we can check out to see.
That's halted.
Right, so I was going to say we can check out what's going on there.
Reverse split.
Reverse split, okay. So we'll wait to see when that opens up. The biggest, looks like market cap name on here, we've got Uber right there. Nice bounce for Uber the last couple of days. Obviously, they got kicked down to 58 and change there. What was that bottom wick? Yeah, 50, almost 59 there. We were trading it that day. So that's one of the bigger names that's on the board. All right, let's go over our watch list. You can go get that for free. Let's go talk to the desk.
And have a look at the futures to start over here on the ES March contract. We're already up 0.19. We closed out yesterday at 60.36, already trading above that, trading at the high at 60.48. So look, I was going to say 60.50 as resistance, but it looks like we're going to take that. If we can open and stay above 60.50, let's use it as support. If we don't, if we give up that level, we're looking at 60.25, which was a consolidation top yesterday during the day as support, guys. All right, make sure to get the watch list sent to you every day. Adair prepares it and we all use it. And we all know a good morning routine requires organization. That's what the watch list provides you. It comes right into your email, Trader TV Live, right there on your screen. Have it sent to you directly and get your day ready and organized. Let's start with the first ticker today. TSLA already up 1.5% over here on the back of good news, especially for those living in colder climates. They're introducing a new feature to help preheat your batteries and obviously give you quicker charging and less battery drain for those obviously living in climates like ours, Adair. So nice move up 1.5%.
It's a really interesting look here for Tesla. There's, of course, a lot of science behind it as well, but we also have Tesla executive here, the director of charging for North America and some other regions named Max DeZegger, basically saying that you're going to get this AC ripple current coming through the superchargers, which allows even these cold-soaked lithium iron phosphate batteries to be able to get back into the road, apparently up to 4 times faster due to this warming technology. That's a really interesting note. And another different supercharging note here, which is also pretty positive, is apparently Hyundai EV owners are going to be able to use Tesla's supercharging network as of Q1 2025. So definitely keep an eye on superchargers here.
Yeah, and I think Elon was also looking at making sure that all the supercharging stations were up and running during the holiday season as more people travel. He's sending out Tesla's supercharging battery packs to those locations to make sure there's uptime. So good luck there, guys. 1.5% already here in the pre-market.
Yes, sir. Tesla is definitely a good trade idea today, I would think. And this Christmas, give yourself the gift of smarter trading with trade ideas. Don't miss out on 25% off all subscriptions, including upgrades to premium. Unlock powerful trading tools and insights to take your strategies to the next level. But hurry, this special offer ends December 26th. Use code TRADERTV25 at checkout to save big. Visit TradeIdeas.com today and make this holiday season your most profitable yet. Scan that QR code you see. Click the link in the description. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Great promotion. Remember, Trader TV 25 so you can get that deal. The deal on Tesla at 420 is over. So, okay, I shouldn't, you never know, I suppose. Like, I mean, they could dip at the open. And if you can see the last few sessions, that's where it's been able to hold on to. But if we get it, we get it. You have to chew through yesterday's resistance at 434 to get there. So I think longs over this prior resistance level at 434 to keep it simple. That gives you room to this 445, 447 high. That's kind of like the one push you're looking for. Play in the longs here to try to play it into there. Try to keep it simple there in Tesla. If we do lose 434, I got to feel like every time it's been under 435, it's gotten to 420. So I would wait. If we lose the bid right away, I'd be looking for only one bounce, and it would be at that 420 level. It's been the level. You can joke about it all you want, but it just keeps bouncing there. So if we lose 434, that's the one.
Yeah, I mean, up 1.5%. Just looking to see. Let's see what we could possibly see for a trade here. I mean, yesterday right off the open was a pretty dramatic decline. I mean, we saw that across the whole space. So, for that to get back, like Neil said, back into 420 today, probably not. So, if we have to see what those imbalances were. I don't know what they were yesterday. I wasn't here, but it seemed like a lot of these names came back in. So I would just look exactly the levels Neil mentioned, man. 434. There is not much to talk about. Let's talk about maybe the upside of where we could go if and when we break. I mean, up 1.5%. The market's still going higher right now. So if you miss everything, basically like we're not long right now, and you're looking to say, I still think there's a lot of congestion up here into 450. So I'm not really sure where the long is other than playing it back to VWAP. Like I don't know if it's good enough here to punch this 441 long, 440 long, because you've had a couple spots right there from yesterday or from 2 days ago where we couldn't break through this 441, 442 area. So that could be an area of concern for me. But yeah, no, I mean, it's making the moves now. It's pulling back a little bit here, which is a little not puzzling. I mean, it's only down $1 from the high, but look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ keeps on creeping higher here, and Tesla's pulling back. So I would say a VWAP trade for me would be something that is worth putting on early. So that's most likely what we'll wind up doing right off the open, is if we do get a VWAP dip buy, we'll trade that. Look at yesterday, VWAP, like it just kept holding to the short side. So let's see if we put it around and see if it holds it to the top side like it did right here and like right here again. And then yesterday into the close, I guess right there at 330, once we finally lost it, that was that. But again, a hold and then a hold again, whoop. And then we only fell down $2, not the end of the world. Then the retake and the close. So yeah, for me, VWAP may play. But again, off the open, always trying to be safer with the 200 period. So maybe 433, but that coincides with the levels you've already talked about. So 434, 435 there for Tesla. I like it. And it's not on the sticky note, but it probably should be. There's just a few names that we were looking at. So yeah, 434. We'll keep it on the board here for Tesla.
All right, guys, let's have a look at Meta moving up nicely, almost 1% here in the pre-market. Looks like as if they're going to be including a display for notifications and AI responses with their new Meta glasses slated to be released in late 2025. You'll recall that Zuck obviously unveiled the Orion prototype glasses, which are augmented reality. Looks like they're going to incrementally introduce some of the features there, but not fully like the Orion glasses. They're up 0.19.
It's funny, this was actually initially reported yesterday by the Financial Times, kind of went under the radar. Meta had that great push. I'll use the 15-minute chart so we can zoom out a bit into that 600. Yesterday, we closed at 599.85. So we had the wick above 600, got 600 in the post-market, but we'll have to see here. As of right now, we're nicely above 600 in a cool little consolidative range with potentially a bull flag breakout on watch for META. Keep an eye on what we did last time we broke with this level to see if there's any support resistance.
I kind of feel like it was, to me, it was a decision, like that high at 600 on Meta was similar to the 434 we just talked about on Tesla. And I kind of like Tesla's better. It was a longer consolidation. There was more confluence with the other days in there. And, you're already at 605. But I think you could treat it the same way. Like as long as, if you hold the opening range at 6, then you got breakouts to take you into 610 to 12. You have a dip into 600, the prior close, I think is a bit of support, and I wouldn't want to fight it underneath. I just happen to prefer Tesla as a trade. Tesla obviously does better volume. Tesla's volatility tends to be better. Nothing against Meta. The other thing to consider about Meta is, and we bring this up, like if you like stocks, like an individual stock, I should say, when it gets to the 50 period or the 200 period moving average, those tend to be good places to accumulate shares or to buy them up. And you can see this one, either when it regains it or just bouncing clean off the 50 period. When I see that, like my first thought is just be generally bullish until it breaks some kind of a trend, short-term trend, because you've made the 50 period bounce. Once it holds that, like last time it did it, you got an all-time high, and I don't see why you wouldn't at least retest toward that high. And it's got a few days to get there before the end of the year.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, we're not going to talk about Google or anything like that. But I mean, the name that I like, if we're just going to switch a little bit over, Amazon just continues to sort of hold some of these levels up at the high side of this 220 mark. So, I mean, that just seems to be good. And right now, you're starting to go to the upside here, moving with the market. I really think Amazon can break and come on, chart change. It can break and get a little bit higher there for Amazon. So a little bit of a hold. I like this trade right back into 224, 224.50 from yesterday, not too far away. So this could be another one of those names. And this looks much better to me if we can break through here, because then you have clear sailing a little bit up to 230. So if you break through this 226.50 area, I actually really like that trade. Yesterday's highs goes back actually much back into yesterday. This is the 19th right here. So the 19th, 226.50 for Amazon. So this is looking like a really good trade. Actually, I'm gonna make sure to mark this one. A 226 break on AMZN seems pretty good. I know yesterday, and I know this is not consumer staples or anything like that, but we'll just watch out for the retail side of things here. But yeah, for right now, nice move upside. Costco, Walmart still continue to work. I think Amazon continues to work as well, and many more reasons other than simply I think it's going to be a big streaming time too, because you have Netflix having these NFL games that are going to go off without a hitch as well. And then Amazon has NHL, they have NFL, soon to be probably, like one of them is going to bid for those Christmas NBA games. I know like all this stuff's going to happen. So I really like Amazon moving forward. So yeah, I like this name today, 226.50. I thought we just sort of baseline that for you. And I think that's a good break there as well. So Green Xmas for BTC. I don't know. I mean, I'm a little bit concerned that we're under that 100 grand. Let's go find out some of the stories and head over to the desk.
We're already up on the way, Sean. 3 1/3 right now for Bitcoin, moving above that $96,000 area. Here's the headline, though, for MicroStrategies, which is also up 3 1/3. So it looks like they called a special shareholder meeting to vote on expanding the authorized Class A shares, so in other words, common shares, from 330 million to 10.3 billion. He also wants to increase the preferred stock shares, the amount authorized to be issued, from 5 million to 1 billion. The whole purpose here is to be able to enable future capital raising to obviously buy more Bitcoin. This is the plan here. He's calling it the 21-21 plan, which is aiming at raising $21 billion via equity financing, Adara, and another one through fixed income securities, obviously another name for debt.
Yes, and Sharif and I were talking off camera. Of course, the 21 has to do with the fact that there are 21 million Bitcoin, so we thought that was a nice touch. Also, though, Ethereum is looking pretty interesting here. If you checked out the watch list, I mentioned this in the watch list as well, but Bitcoin was red yesterday. Ethereum was green. This is the daily chart. Nice volume as well on that pop. And if you notice here, Ethereum, generally, we're seeing a little bit more green volume than red volume in these different periods. So let's see if we're able to get a push here. Right now, we're positive in the day, holding on to 3,400. But as I mentioned yesterday as well, bit of a double top at that key 4,000 level for ETH.
Even hitting the do something button. Well, how about Bitcoin already did something? Now we're going to go back a little bit because this is on Sunday, 96.4, and then we come back late, right at the end of the day on Sunday, and then Monday morning, 96.4 again, and just now, 96.4. So this is clear quad top resistance on 96.4. If you bust that out, I mean, MicroStrategies ought to have 350 in it if we get that kind of a move. Like you're seeing the consolidation also. I mean, it followed that move up in Bitcoin for MicroStrategy. If we break out that top, you break 45 and you get into this 50 resistance. The one thing, and I know it's not to pick on the miners, but when you're at a resistance level, if we don't break out, I always want to look at what is weak in the space and the low-hanging fruit for if we fall from that area, then like Mara, which has been trending down, is underneath resistance. There was a flat bottom break if we just broke down that 92, and that's down at 1890, but now that that's bounced away, if we do not break out on Bitcoin and there is a pullback, Mara is still underneath its consolidation at 20.5. That's the one I'd look for, but I'm looking longs mostly off the open today. It'd have to be some kind of a pullback, which is not happening right now on Bitcoin, and then it's Mara that I would look to join if I was trying to execute the trade. But because we're looking bullish early, this is not going to be front of the mind.
All right, so yeah, great call there. Looking at Mara, I mean, for me, we've sort of here. Let's call up the Bitcoin chart here just real quickly, because we've talked about this 15-minute chart with the 200 period moving average and how much we've sort of liked that and how we've been watching it. So let me just refresh this and to show you right now. So right here, this is that chart. We've been talking about it. Let me just maximize this and zoom out a little bit so we can see what's been happening. So here's the break underneath. Big move there. Couldn't blame anybody that got long in and around this break right there, 97, 98,000. It does go up all the way up into that 99.5 and then fails again. And then just comes in and hovers. Now breaks below, stays under there for a minute. And then there again right now is a confirmation break of that 200 period moving average there for Bitcoin. So is it real this time? I mean, if you played it here, in my opinion, you got to play it again. You are bouncing right off of this level, 96.3. So 96.3 came into play there and there again. But again, we were underneath. So momentum now has completely changed to the upside here, breaking the trend, breaking higher. I think Bitcoin can continue to go. And I think it is going to be a Merry Christmas for this name. I wouldn't be surprised if, honestly, we make this run up to this 102 area in the next 24, 48 hours. Nice little move upside here. We'll see if it has enough volume. I mean, that's what Bitcoin needs, right? It means a little bit of catalyst, a little bit of volume, a little bit of traders trading this thing. With the primary markets closed tomorrow and half day today, I could see traders turning to crypto. And if you're going to turn to crypto to trade it, get out of here, then I think this is a long. So that's what I would be doing if I was trading crypto, going long instead of short. So to me, this break right now of 96.5 is good to go, baby. And you hold it back down to this 94.750, this 200 period moving average. So yeah, I'm all for that. And if we're going to do that, then I think I know we got to go. We don't have too much time left. So we'll continue to look at it. But IBIT would be what I'd choose to trade with. You know, a pullback into VWAP would be pretty sweet as well. So right now, IBIT breaking that 55 is very similar to that 96 level that we just talked about, 96.3. So I'm going to be long IBIT at some point there today. Anything off VWAP would be great, 54.20, 54.25.
With early flights today on American Airlines, we're met with a bit of a concern, especially early on this morning as flights were grounded for about an hour. That grounding has since been lifted just before 8 a.m. The Federal Aviation Administration site that they said the ground stop on American flights had been lifted. American responded on Twitter saying a vendor technology issue briefly affected flights this morning. That issue has been resolved and flights have resumed. We sincerely apologize to our customers for the inconvenience. Any other corollary effects to this, Adara?
What was interesting too, I'm hearing different reports about what the outage actually caused. Some passengers are saying they heard that people are having issues scanning boarding passes. There was also some reports here that it had to do with launching the plane. So not really sure quite what happened. What we know it is back on track here. And interestingly enough, American Airlines actually responding and interacting with customers on social media throughout this whole thing. So it got a lot of social media attention. American Airlines already over 2 million shares traded today. So this, even though the situation is resolved, could still be interesting to look at.
And because it got resolved and like the fact it got back to almost flat, it was green for a minute and now it's just very, very slightly down and starting to level off. So my first thought was to back away from it. I think there's probably some people that might have gotten themselves trapped short. And if that's the case, like maybe it's a join it if it breaks out the local high kind of story. And I think you got to look back to last week. Like a little closer to 1730, and you zoom out a little bit. Like it's more like 1735 or so. Like if it can break out that, I think you maybe trap some shorts on this story. But yeah, the fact that this looked when we sat down and you got that story, it looked like it was going to be hey, if it trends down, this ends up being serious, you could break the bottom and the continuation play. But now that it's diddling up here, I think you're better off if it were to actually trap anybody. And play a breakout. But I don't think that'll be it. I don't think I'll be in that one. Only 5 minutes to go here. There's plenty of semi-names to talk about. And AAL, had it not recovered, I think there might have been a short trade, but I'll stay away.
Yeah, I don't, we've talked about what I prefer to trade would be the Jets ETF if I was going to hold anything in a longer term spot, because then you're not really worrying about picking in between different names and absorbing these different issues. Oh my God, I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you.
Hello.
There we go.
I actually got it. I think that was okay. The cover and the mute, I think that was okay. But right into here anyways, Mitch just talked about LUV. Oh my God, I'm going to sneeze again. Yep.
That's all. Bless you.
Mitch talked about LUV there. I just wonder if it's sort of this. There we go. I was still muted. Mitch talked about LUV, and I was just wondering if it's like looping up into here, trying to break through this daily level right there of 35 and change. So, yeah, with only 4 minutes to go, this looks like a good trade. Honestly, breaking this top right here, trying to loop up, look at it, hold the 50, hold the 50, hold the 50, and now try to go. I like this trade. Breaking through $35 right now is LUV. All right, I'm going to go freshen up there and then get right back. Let's go to the last story here, semis. I think we have the trade here.
All right, guys, last one on the rundown here. Semis, AMD and Micron specifically in focus today as Rosenblatt giving them the nod, adding them to the top stocks pick for early 2025. With respect to AMD, they're maintaining the buy rating Adara with a price target of 250. Specifically, though, the growth drivers that they like, momentum in the CPU and GPU market. They also see secular opportunities in GPU compute and AI inference. We know that the inference chips are not the same as the training chips, and they also like the EPIC processors, which AMD has been making for a while for their data center CPUs. And there's also the MI350, the MI400 that we were talking to Mitch about, anticipated in 25 and 26 a day.
Well, some excitement for AMD. The Micron note is a bit more interesting, especially because they picked Micron specifically as a top pick for the first half of 2025. We know that their guidance for Q2 2025, which would end up falling around the January quarter, was super weak, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. Basically, Rosenblatt likes the opportunity for DRAM and content deployment, especially with AI platforms. Also talking here about the HBM opportunity with Micron due to trade ratios. So basically saying, though, that there are some supply issues in the HBM space. So it's a pretty mixed note, especially compared to the AMD note. But keep an eye, I guess, on Micron in H1 2025.
2 minutes to go. Try and be very quick about this because NVIDIA is up the top for me, and I have Palantir as well, but I'm going to quickly point out Palantir has a resistance 8115, looking for a long breakout. NVIDIA, it's a continuation play. I think it's an obvious, all the chip names were strong. I think this is one of those ones where you just want to join a chip if it can rip. So if 140.5 is good to go, locked and loaded for a long trade, I don't really have a dip buy other than you have afternoon support. It was about 138. I think that can be in play. The other thing is AMD just hit 128 and pulled back. So 128 is a multiple top on AMD. It needs to do it at the open. It's not good enough to break it now and wick it in the pre-market. But AMD's got a long line of resistance at 128 for the last week and a half, as I said. So both of these are set out to break. Intel was a great long yesterday, but these are the two that I'm looking at with a minute to open.
Yeah, so semis, I mean, the number one trade for me today is watching the sticky note is going to be NVIDIA back down to 139.50. I just thought yesterday's close would be a price. So right into there, we'll see if it can hold at 139.50. Obviously a dip down wouldn't surprise me either, into 138 and change, 138.50. So, something like that could wind up happening there. The 5-minute chart gives us a 200 period here at 138. So I could see that yesterday's VWAP close, somewhere into there as a hold if we do rip, or if we do dip into those levels. I like NVIDIA. We could talk about AMD, and we will be doing that. Palantir for me, again, I don't know about that break through 82. I wrote down try it if it goes through just to see, but at the end of the day, Palantir does have these moves consistently as well. So a little bit of a move down to $2 wouldn't surprise me, so we'll wait to see for an $80 long or so for PLTR. But yeah, NVIDIA's dipping a little bit here, so we like that play. And then Uber 6150 I like as well, with only 10 seconds to go. Today's bell brought to you by Merry Christmas Adara. There it is. Yep. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I like that. We go. Trader TV does Jeopardy. What was up with that? We're down for doing some Jeopardy. All right. Oh, we are doing it later today?
Quotes. What the?
When? Today on what show? All right, let's do it right now. No, okay. All right, so here comes Uber here. 6150 is what we wanted to talk about a little bit there. So we'll wait to see if there's anything going on with Uber, but down to 6150 was an area of interest for us. Not open yet, Uber. So yeah. I don't know if you're trading anything over there, but so far, nothing.
Palantir made... sorry. It's a little frog in my throat there. Palantir made that break of 81.15 instantly into... Sorry, everybody. 81.50. How is that back already? But you've got resistance at 82 even. So scalp into 82 and then look for a secondary push. So it already made that break. AMD went the other way, and it went the other way in a hurry. Wow, whoa, wee wah. Okay, AMD just dropped $3 and is still falling, and it's falling like an absolute rock. So with the market coming back in, if Palantir loses 81, I feel like I don't want to get trapped. Because we've always talked about these early moves. Like the early push on a holiday shortened day, you want that one to be the one. So if you lose the original breakout trade, I'll just scalp and then get out. And let's regroup. AMD, I thought they need to break 128 at the open, and the answer was it is absolutely flushing. Tesla, So, I mean, Palantir's going, Tesla already went as well. Tesla at 440, so you can, yeah, the dip buy on Tesla, forget about it. The big story is that AMD moved to the downside there. Wow, that's nuts.
Yeah, it gave us an opportunity to grab 50 cents right here on NVIDIA. There's our 139.50 as it was written. I mean, it's the exact price that we got. So we got 139.50. We'll put it down on the sticky note. So that's a 50-cent winner right there. So we'll hit, thanks to Kathy Wood. I don't know if she's in here buying or not, but we'll see what happens. As Neil said, we don't want to take everything for granted too much here. So we'll get out of some of this as we continue to move up. So we're already out of a third right now, a little bit under a third right now of NVIDIA. Okay, I'm gonna take another opportunity, get some out right now and spin the money right here. I'm sure Palantir's going, yeah, NVIDIA right now as well. So $1 in the money over here on this one. And there goes Palantir as well, breaking through $82. Man, oh man, do we like that stock. We do miss the buy through 82. Here comes a little bit of a pullback, but maybe not. Let's get long some Palantir. There it is. Yes, sir. Nice little long through 82 as well on PLTR. So far, so good on that one.
So far, so good for sure. The market's bouncing with it as well. So, Tesla has hit 440 bucks. It looks like pretty much everything is going. Palantir, by the way, the all-time high on Palantir is right, like it is here. It's 82.60 I have as the all-time high. That was a bad wick, I believe, yesterday. So you're going to get an all-time high any second now on PLTR. Bye-bye. And Tesla will try to join it at some point. But Tesla also going heavy, $441. You don't want to chase too far, but at this point, if you got the open runners, you're good to go. You can be one and done for sure. And NVIDIA, I like to break at 140.50. That's coming right about now on NVIDIA.
Yeah, so we are just like right now, guys, honestly, one and done, two and done right here as well. So good trading. Palantir, obviously, take that 82 break is exactly, it's sort of what we had said there. The thing about taking those breaks is that allows you to take a bigger position for me because it's a break trade, right? And we've talked about like, you know, not trying to catch too many falling swords. So I wind up having more shares in Palantir than I do in NVIDIA because NVIDIA was dripped down and I just didn't want to get run over as we've done many times before. But here it comes right now. That's a smooth dollar club, obviously, on both of these names right now. But we'll see if NVIDIA wants to go a little bit higher. I believe it does. So let's continue to chase that one or let it go higher there. Palantir, we got a good fill there, right? 82.90 right there on Palantir. So good out for us there as we still have half left on that name as we get some more. Oh, wow. Okay. We are really.
It's 83 now.
We are really big there on Palantir. So, yeah, good job here on that one as we continue to go higher. So, you know, we pretty much punched a decent size there. So, yeah, we'll take that right now. So it's, right now we're $1. We're $3. $2.50 in the money in total right now on NVIDIA. Wow. Man, oh man, like they make me take these holidays, you know, but we would have loved to have been here yesterday as well for you. But there it goes again right now. Big time trading here as, you know, feeling a little bit better now about Christmas and the bills that are coming through after some of these trades. So far, so good there today as we go 2 for 2 with NVIDIA pegged at that price and Palantir as well. So 2 big trades right now. Let's see if they can carry through the rest of the day.
Well, we always say rest of the day, but this is a different type of day.
Yeah.
When the holiday shortened, and we saw this on Black Friday, the first original push, when it reverts, profit when it reverts that top. So if we revert the top, I want to make sure that we're jumping out of this bad boy. And it's parabolic to the upside on a lot of these names. The market itself, though, for everybody, the NASDAQ is not doing anything. So this is very, very specific what you're seeing. So I've got a trail. I want to throw 1 minute up in a quick little second, but I'm going to have a trail very tight to every single even dollar at this point on Palantir. It's just absolutely gonzo. You haven't broken 141 in NVIDIA, but I feel that's just, like, it's just a matter of time before you get that 141 break. At this point, we got to see it go. Tesla's the only missed opportunity in there, and there it is. I'm going to get out of Palantir at the 83. I said I'm going to trail the even dollars. If we got to 84, we trail that as well. So that was my plan of action. Tesla's only missed opportunity because technically it did pull into 435. So you got 435 and you had an opportunity. I don't necessarily want to be chasing Tesla. And for anyone watching AMD, it's still falling like an absolute rock. There is no bid under AMD. Obviously, the breakout just didn't happen for AMD. Good thing Good thing you wait for it to break at the open. I think if this thing goes red, there might be a mean reversion trade in the other direction for advanced micro devices, but I think it's a good idea to have backed away from it.
And I hear on Amplitech, AMPG, this one on Friday announced that it closed a couple registered offerings valued at $2.2 million and $3.1 million respectively, but no new catalyst for AMPG. It does have a float of 8.7 million shares. There's also some continuation, as Neil mentioned, Rumble pushing higher here, trying to get to yesterday's highs here around that 1465 level. GME also had a nice start to the day, pulling back a little bit here. Not a ton of volume, though. We're still below 1 million shares traded on GameStop. Back to you guys.
Oh boy. All right. I think I just heard Obi talking about maybe Palantir here, but yeah, we are really, really big on this name as it continues to go. We're actually wind up making more money on Palantir than we will on NVIDIA. Well, I don't know. Maybe not. Right now, they're both $1.30 in the money as we continue to climb here on these names. So nice little move upside there for both. As there goes, let's go Palantir. Let's see if it can just keep on going, man. No, like, it's at the high of the day right now and making all-time highs, and I don't see any reason for myself right now to back away. We just got another out right there, 83.50. So, we'll, like Nia had mentioned there, we'll start to get some out. But we are right now holding now $3. We are holding $2.50 in the money. All right, there goes NVIDIA, guys. You want to talk about a big boy trade right there for us? $1.50 now in the money. We wish we had more shares, though. Good trade there for NVIDIA. $1.70 now in the money. I'm going to get another piece out. Palantir seems to want to stop here in and around 83.50. Fine by me. Let me just punch out for like 5% of what we have left. There we go. On the way down now as it starts to come back off that little level right there. But it's NVIDIA that's making them sing right there. This is NFT right there. We get that bottom as it was printed on the sticky note. Go make sure you find it out. 139.50 is the price. I mean, it's sometimes I don't like how we come up with some of these. When we talk about them, there it is, 139.50 on NVIDIA. So Merry Christmas, man, and to all a good night. I mean, if you are done trading right now, then yeah, I mean, you probably followed these trades, to be honest with you. $3, $4 now in the money on these two names. So let's just continue to watch out, man. Palantir at highs and Rip City there today. I mean, great trading on those names, obviously there. Palantir and NVIDIA just continue to go higher and higher as this day continues to get better and better.
Yeah, it was a great one. And look, the top two names on my list today were NVIDIA and Palantir. Unfortunately, Tesla was on the list and not traded. But, Tesla wasn't quite as clean a move. NVIDIA continues to break out. It took the 41. It was I like breakouts on NVIDIA, so we had the 40.5. It initially failed. It came right back above, played into 41. We're back into it. We're going to look for a push into 142. Palantir, I'm out. I liked 81 over 82. I'll give you the black shark because that's not a New York stock anymore. We got the 81 break, played it to here, played it to the high on a trail, and now it's just all-time high. So I'm out looking for, I'm not going to revert anything, but once it did a reversion on the holiday shortened day, my plan was to get the out at the next even dollar. So we're going to cover it. Obviously, NVIDIA hadn't broken yet at 140, so it made me still like being in. Tesla, while not in it, it is what it is. I can tell you what the plan, if I was in this stock and we'd actually gotten that long, the plan was to be trailing if it got to this level. It was played it here. You saw on the morning show into 445, 447 in that pre-market. So obviously Tesla's made it to target already and continuing to fly. The only thing that's nuts is that didn't make any sense, at least originally, is AMD continues to follow the downside. Bitcoin's at 97, so that's going. We're favoring the longs. The longs have worked out. I don't feel any compelling reason to catch a falling knife when it comes to AMD. You're just like, what's the point of doing it? Why fight it? Everything else is looking fine.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, could not agree more with pretty much all of that. I mean, we're having ourselves a day just watching out. I mean, right now Palantir is, I mean, it's $2 now in the money and just going higher here, Professor. So Palantir just continues $84 from 82 clean break. It's exactly, we talk about trading and how trading is all about a game plan. Okay. And it's like right on here, We have NVIDIA 139.50. That's the low of the day. We have Palantir at $82, and it's just been a good day to trade to the long side. I mean, it's been breaking there, just like Mitch said, just like we've both been saying. You want to go long on these names, and play the name with strength, play what you know, and for me, that's definitely PLTR and NVIDIA. Despite having a day off, just sure feels like we're right back in the pocket now again here today. So let's just keep it going. Merry Christmas to all, and let's go over to Adara.
JTAI, this one is doing pretty intense relative volume here. 487 as of right now is the RL for this one. They are up over 170%. Announced earlier this morning they're going to be launching Ava, which is their agentic AI model to help with private jet booking. There's a short float of 17.6%, and the float here is pretty small as well. I am seeing on Trade Ideas 624.56 thousand shares, market cap as of this most recent rally of $7.2 million. So small float, very decent short float here for JTAI. And just be aware as well, we do have a number coming through at 10 a.m. It's going to be the Richmond Fed Composite Index. I'll be giving you guys that number live.
That's right. One number today. And remember, 1 o'clock Eastern time. 1 o'clock Eastern time, the market is going to be closed. Who said short days markets don't move? CDP. You never hear it around here. As a matter of fact, when we had to be away on the last half day, we were disappointed. There were great opportunities off the open, and it was favoring the long. No question, that's that thing. The other mover, Rumble. Remember Rumble from yesterday? That was like the one thing that you needed. Well, Rumble's testing back into its high from yesterday as well. So Rumble continues to rumble higher. I'll promise I won't say that pun again, but hey, man, the stock was up a bajillion % yesterday, so I think it was worth it. $14.50 local top. Yesterday's high at 14. It's about 14.60 something. So that looks like it could be one to make another move here, up another 8%, but that's a fraction of what it was able to do in yesterday's trade.
We just posted it up. Again, some of the trades that we've made today there with Palantir and NVIDIA. We just look at that, like 140, 150 we just got out there. We may turn around a little bit. You can see what this market's doing. We are very light now on both of these positions. We actually still, on Palantir, we still have 20%. Trying to hold out to see if this one really wants to go a little bit higher than where we are right now. You know what? We can take advantage and get out of about 10% of what we have left right there. Did we get that? No, we did not. I was waiting for 95. Where am I at? No, we got it. Okay, yeah, we go. Okay, well now it's ripping. So yeah, we get it now. Thanks for that, Palantir. As we go back up to the upside. So again, still in the money now, over $2 and change on PLTR. Let's take another look at what else we wrote down here on our sticky note today. So we have NVIDIA long 139. So we wrote that down right there as our number one stock. We had the Palantir dip into 80. That didn't happen. So then there it is right there, 82 long, if not the case. Let me check out Uber. We talked about that early. We stopped looking at it because it didn't open in time for us, but there it is right now, 61.50. So we're not in it. Uber red against a relatively strong market, so maybe we have to regroup on that thought right now. But it's at 61.50, so could be a trade. We'll have to look at that. And then GameStop 32 and Tilray. Go follow it at Trader TV. Sean, you can find out for some of these ideas every day that I'm here. All right, 31.50. Yeah, so that's still a level that we're looking at right there. $32. Let's keep that in mind. Let's watch out for GameStop bouncing off of VWAP. So
it has a chance.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, good level. I think that does have a chance. And then let's go over to this one right there. All right, so there goes Tilray. Not much action at all on this name. We said that this could be a pullback area of 140. We did not want to break the top earlier today. We had talked about why it was a little bit high up there for no reason, just on speculation, which is exactly what we wrote. That was up 9% when we came in today, but I guess there was a little bit of a wick up there as well, maybe even higher than that. But Tilray here, indeed, pulling back.
Speaking of pulling back,
go ahead. Yeah.
Look, Bitcoin's at 97,000. So obviously that's good. It's strong. It broke through resistance. But what didn't happen? I had one kind of negative stock or negative look, and it was Mara. Mara failed $20. So how are you going to fail and go downside, Mara, when Bitcoin is flying higher? Well, because you're relatively weak. So as far as I'm concerned, I think I want to short into this prior high here at 1984. It's not, yeah, 1984, 1985 is about the range of that high. So I feel like the short should be on in this stock. If you get to 100,000, so be it. But this looks like a mean revert. I don't want 87s. Give me something in the 70s so I can join this move back in. Obviously, not everything is participating. The NASDAQ's blowing it out. Bitcoin's blowing it out. Everything is trading up except for on what I'm watching, I got Mara looking weak and AMD, which, I mean, AMD was just nasty there. And I said, I'm not catching a falling knife with AMD. That either broke out with the rest of the chips or it didn't, and that is just falling, was falling like a rock. So I'm going to try and get Mara to the south side. Still in NVIDIA. Oh, Tesla couldn't break 450. Tesla got to 450 or 449.5, now starting its pullback. You want to be careful, usually on a holiday shortened day, chasing moves too far, right? Because there's a limited amount of time for it to make the secondary move. It's still before 10 o'clock. So there's still plenty of time here before you start winding things down. So there might be one little bit of a dip opportunity. Oh, the position board just went.
Yeah, so just in case everybody's wondering, we started the show off up $1.50 in the money. Then we got $2 in the money. Then we got $3.50 in the money. Now we are $4. We're not wearing the cow hat, but we'll blow this one for all you guys right there as well. Over $4 now in the money. Joe, you disappointed us, man. Why's that? We both had money on you wearing a Christmas sweater today.
What about the hat? Oh, that's not a hat, too.
Oh, man, I could have bet you, Neil. I could have bet you.
You would have taken it. You would have taken it.
Well, yeah, we both thought yes there. Yeah. So hopefully we get a little. The midday spirit is. It'll be there. It'll be there. But
I was close to bringing an extra sweater. Like I have. You know, I'm gonna call up my wife for a second because her office, they did like a Christmas sweater day, and then she sent me the picture. I show it to you guys, but there's a bunch of people at her work that it's not like I don't want to put them on YouTube Live without their permission. But like it's a picture of like a 10 people on her team with Christmas sweaters on. I swear to you, all 7 of my Christmas sweaters, except for this one, people were wearing. She took them because
they're
none
Amazon
of them.
ones, right?
No. They were literally mine.
Oh, literally
like she took them in and was like, "You guys don't have any. We're taking this
literally
picture."
Yours.
So they put on my sweaters and then took them off after just for the picture. Because I have tons of them. I could have brought in extra.
Yeah, it's not.
Although I don't know how you get them over Sharif's guns. That probably actually wouldn't have worked out. But
as celebrated. All right.
All right.
Real trading.
Position board's still not working.
Sir. No, it's not working yet. I think if we get in and out of some positions, we'll be able to do it right now. That's why I'm telling everybody where we're long. I mean, there it is, Palantir right there, $82. We're long there, and NVIDIA 139.50. So. Yeah, man, it is definitely a Merry Christmas. We'll go buy some more presents after this. All right, let's go check out what Uber's doing right now. I still got to get a few more, actually. All right, so there it is. So we talked about staying away from that one. So yeah, Uber falling back into $61. Let's see if there's anything else setting up. AVGO, we looked at some Broadcom earlier during the pre-show there. We could see, oh boy, we are really starting to go now. Palantir's back above $84, and NVIDIA's now back to those all-time daily highs right there. Broadcom, nice little dip. This could be prime for a rip right now as well. Okay. Still up 1.8% and trying to get a little bit higher right now is Broadcom. So that could be, I mean, it's just, I don't know what's going on right there. Nice little move downside there, but Broadcom could be at a decent buy opportunity here at 236. Heading a little lower, which is strange because as I noted there, well, we just got that fill on NVIDIA, and then Palantir right now just touched again 84.30 and change. So I'm going to put another offer up there or so on Palantir. Obi just asked me if I'm still in Palantir. Yes, I am, Obi. We are still long Palantir there at $82. So not a bad little take here on PLTR. Up $2, $2 here, $2 there, $2 everywhere today, other than Tesla, because we're not in that one. Microsoft, PayPal, Netflix. I really think that all these names continue to work in the new year. So
Apple, even Apple, all-time highs. Although Apple's starting to pull back, be a little careful. The market just made a wick high. Apple just lost VWAP. So what was strong there is starting to lose VWAP. It's still not working because I just took a fill.
Yeah.
So the position board's still not working. I just, as mentioned, Rumble got to its prior high. It's now put into, there you go. It got to yesterday's high. It did a bit of a dip into VWAP. This is basically what it did off the open yesterday. If you remember, it initially made a breakout. We bought that first little bit of a dip. This dip is into VWAP, and then we'll see if we can make a fresh high here on Rumble. Only up 10% today, but heck, it can't go up a bajillion % every single day. Tesla's now at 450. 450 break on Tesla. I don't even have an order in. I don't have an order in.
I don't have an order in either. Oh yeah, it's gonna break immediately. It just did break.
Yeah, it just broke. I don't know how much juice there is to this.
Probably good, man. Probably
stickies.
good juice.
A little bit of stickies there. Yeah, I hit offer. Yeah, I hit offer enter, and this was
Still no. Oh, good. The position board's working at least. Whoop, whoop.
well, no. Okay, it's mostly working. I'm still in Nvidia, but those are right. The Tesla's correct. I just got Tesla at 450. Rumble we just got into. The price is no. I'm not short. I covered some Rumble long at 1431.
Oh God. Okay.
So there's still some issues. So Tesla, I just did get Tesla. Come to the chart for a second. So this is
oh yeah, Amazon.
there we go. So Tesla broke 450.
Oh, no.
We just got. I'm going to see. I get a fill here above 451. Give me the 451 and a half. Okay, now we can go over.
Boy.
I am not short Rumble. That was never part of the plan to be short Rumble. I think what's happening is when I got filled at 14.3, it's taking that, and then that's the next position I took.
Oh, wow.
So we're long this. I want to see if we can get some. I don't like that reversal wick at 14.5, so I'm going to get back off the bid here. But yeah, Rumble long. I mean, Nvidia, I added at 141. It's actually pulling back. It's pulling back and holding on to VWAP. So it was a breakout trade, and then a breakout there as well. If we lose VWAP, I will be out of Nvidia. The thing about the holiday shorten is that early move is what you want. And if it doesn't hold on, I don't want to fight anything. Like when Apple lost VWAP, you don't have to worry about it too much. I think ultimately if any of the MagSev, if any of those ones lose it as well, I think you want to stay away. Like Meta, that looks weak. Yeah, it held 600, but that looks weak. I don't see any reason to chase it. Tesla's still going on strength. Big missed opportunity down there on Tesla, but suck it up, Buttercup. It broke 450. You got to think about where it might be headed here. So 15-minute chart, there is the local high. It's either 453 half, 456 would be the two obvious levels. Has to hold on to the 450. I don't want it coming back through. When you're punching the top on a holiday shortened day, I don't need any. If it loses 450, it could drop $5 right quick. I don't want to average into anything on the way back in. We just want it to rip and go one time.
I mean, we were supposed to go to Adair. Are we still doing that? All right, let's go.
Lots of small caps today, and I've been mentioning Arval because it's been really strong today for these small caps. Relative volume for Baosheng Media Group is 2,455. It's a great look here for BAOS. This is a float of just shy of 800 shares, put 797,000 shares, market cap of $8.77 million, and it is a Chinese ADR, BAOS. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. And again, we're about 5 minutes away from the Richmond Fed Composite Index print. Back to you.
There we go. All right, so my positions right now, I hope the best for Neil's positions. Oh, they're working now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so good. So positions now up and working for both of us. So good little call on that one so far. So there it is. So out of some PLTR here, as we wait to see if it can get a little bit higher for us from here. But just so you guys are well aware, we have 5% left of Palantir and about the same percent here on Nvidia as well. So far okay here. Not great for the follow through on a lot of these names. But as Neil keeps mentioning there about the holiday shortened day, we're already done. So we were sort of done right there off the jump off those two early positions. That's why we're hitting it with a little bit of shares there. We didn't have the greatest amount of shares on Nvidia like we normally do for our default there because I was not certain of that drip down. But the 139.50 came in and we played it and it played real well. So that was perfect, man. I mean 139.50 out 141.70 So not a bad little $3 or $2 move there on those names. But let's try to look for something else. I mean, thanks for bringing this up. But, we brought this up on the show. And I said, hey, Amazon, the trade that I like is 226.50 break. I mean, that was real good, right? I mean, but again, you had to be there. You had to have it. We weren't. And there's the break. I mean, there's going to be a lot of stocks that look great on the break. And all I say to myself is, hey, self, at least we had that play. We don't have it on our blotter, but we had it on our mind. And as long as that's there, then we know that we're good. So, so far so good there with Amazon. But again, that was a missed opportunity for sure right there on that break of 227 and change. Look, Palantir is in blue skies. I mean, because they've never been up here before. And there it goes, just more highs right now for PLTR. I mean, what's going to be one of the greatest plays so far this year, Palantir, and a lot of people are talking about it heading into next year as well. So I don't know if the move is done or not, but right now Palantir looking like it wants to continue sort of its run from this year heading into next year to see what happens with PLTR. So I have a feeling like we'll be trading this one a lot. You know, in the new year, Palantir, a nice move higher. And you know what? You got to keep going back to the well. Like when you're hitting these trades and they're working the way they are, you need to keep on going back to them. We have 2 trades right here. It's going to be a trophy kind of a day. I mean, both the trades that we put on are giving us $5 now in the money, right? So, I mean, it's like, it's about doing what you do best. Thank you, Sharif, for that. Yeah, because $2.50 right now on Palantir and $2 on NVIDIA. We'll see if that can get upside a little bit right there. So there we go. Well, I hope you are a Palantir believer, Rainmaker. And I'm not sure when I converted you or not, but hopefully it was a while ago. I mean, these prices are getting pretty frothy, needless to say, right here for PLTR. But I'm still not getting out of anything, so we'll see where that one
Hold
goes.
forever when it's a long-term play. Always determine. I like to determine left brain, right brain. You know,
yeah,
let one side be trading and let one side be investing and keep it at that.
Yeah.
So I have some feels about Rumble here. It's now bounced twice off of VWAP in the $14 level, but it's got a rejection candle and it just rejected yesterday's high. So there is yesterday's top. There is the rejection of yesterday's top. There is the lower high. If it bounces 14 to 14.50, if that's it, fair enough. That's fine. It needs to clear out that high, I think, for a little bit of continuation. I'd like that a little bit better. And we took the shot at Mara. I got 79 short with a local stop. Initially relatively weak compared to the market, but I don't want to fight anything. I said I'm not fighting anything today. Get your ones and dones. Keep the loss small relative to the wins. And ultimately, if Bitcoin, which is at 97.5, by the way, is going to continue to go higher, then you take the shot because this was relatively weak at the moment, but it's going to eventually join everything else. So I'm still in the ad on NVIDIA because it's holding on to VWAP, and I want to give it a chance to be able to bust out that high as well. So pretty much kept it to the 4 names that are on the list today. Actually, yeah, all of them. Tesla, it was Palantir, Tesla, Rumble. Well, Rumble was yesterday's trade. I mean, obviously, Mara and NVIDIA. But as far as Tesla goes, that breakout at 450 said if you chase anything, and everyone's always going to have a different style, and it's to each their own. But to me, when the stock has already gone $15 to the upside and you miss an early long like that, I don't mind taking a 450 breakout trade, but that is not a trade to hold all the way back into VWAP. Just not going to do it. Like it breaks, it gives you the initial scalp into the first dollar, it gives you the press into the next dollar, and now we're probably pulling back into VWAP as we speak, which is a long way away, admittedly. Let's try to take the next trade wherever it happens to be. What else do we got going on? I still feel like GameStop, like today, it would be the right day to do it, and it's back at that 31.5 level. So it's about 70 pennies away. 32.25 is a level that I like for a breakout on GameStop. It just hasn't done it yet. I think it's got a very good chance. And why not today? Why not a holiday shortened day? If I'm taking a break in the second half when volume goes down, I'd rather it be a stock with a short float and a squeeze as opposed to a big cap name. Yeah, I feel like a big cap taking a break late is probably a bad idea.
Dara?
You got these Richmond Fed prints here, a little bit higher than expected across the board. Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index, -10 versus -14 previous. Consensus, though, -9, forecast -8, so slightly lower than the consensus, but higher than the previous print. Same kind of deal here with the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Shipments Index, lower than the expected here, so -11 versus +2 forecast, but above the previous print of -12. And then we have the Richmond Fed Services Revenues Index, 23. That's above the previous print of 9 and the forecast of 7. Not much of a reaction here from the NASDAQ, though. We did get a little bit right now, maybe of a doji candle, a candle of indecision, up about 0.75% right now for the NASDAQ. We have lots of big tech strength right now. Meta back above that 600 and trying to hold Palantir and Apple making new all-time highs for the second day in a row. And we also have Tesla up 4.5% here, announcing here that they have these superchargers that will help warming the batteries, which should be a great feature here, as stated by the company's executives, TSLA. But really the winner of the last couple of days has been some of these small caps and meme runners. Rumble is still moving up here. Yesterday, they announced a $775 million investment from Tether. So RUM continuing to push higher on that catalyst, up about 14% with a sizable 21% short float. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this content. Happy holidays. Back to you.
Like that. Happy holidays for sure.
Happy trails.
Yeah, happy trails. I got we watched a little. Well, we always watch National Lampoons. That's a big one there. I always remember. I love cutting down that tree. That's
top
so hilarious.
Easy
and
top
the squirrels in the tree. It's so stupid, that show. But yeah, anyways, now $5 in the money on these three trades. We talked about that before. Good little move on that. Not much else. Like I want to look at some NUKK, like maybe we talked about some uranium names as a possibility for a trade as well. So, that could come into
collecting cups.
That could come into play. Thank you so much, Randy there. So NUKK, just another name, like getting killed. Right there today, down 15%. So let's have a quick look at SMR, see what's going on over there.
It's getting
as
nuked.
Well, down to 19. Yeah, that one is kind of getting nuked. SMR down as well, down 2%. Randy, what is on your Christmas wish list, if anything, at all?
A bounce and excellent.
Warm weather, okay. Yeah.
Sunshine.
Okay.
I don't know.
So nothing your wife could actually get you, I guess. Do the kids still get you gifts? Or?
Well, you can get warm weather. You can get a trip.
Yeah, you can go definitely. I mean, if you want to go on a vacation, for sure. All right. Well, don't disappear too far, Randy. I mean, you'd be surely missed.
Always missed.
Right here. I would love to take this show on the road.
Let's take it to South Beach. Let's take our talents to South Beach.
Yeah.
I got no issues with that.
For sure. Well, I think that would be a lot of fun if we indeed did that. Okay, so nothing on the wish list other than maybe some warm weather and a little bit of a vacation.
This? #1 Christmas movie. Now keep in mind, Sean, I love Die Hard because I'm wearing the shirt. Yeah, obviously, Sean already said Christmas Vacation, so pick something different.
Oh, different. See,
you can do whatever you want.
I love the Grinch movie. It's always been my favorite since I was a kid. The
Grinch has to be up there.
The Grinch is, yeah.
Okay, so are we talking the original
Grinch,
the new cartoon?
No, the original one,
Grinch.
the original animated Grinch.
That's what Darius got that one on.
Yeah, that's it
Hard
for me.
Miss.
That's a classic.
Die Hard is great, but no, the Grinch.
Can't really watch that with the little kids.
Or a mean one.
Well,
Mr. Grinch.
You're a mean one.
The original one's kind of it's kind of creepy.
At all.
It is, but it's a classic,
We
and
are
it's just
money
I don't
from the
know.
market. And
I have to
ourselves.
admit, I like the new animated one better than the original animated one. I grew up on the original animated one, and I actually like the new one better.
Yeah.
I literally watched it this weekend again with my daughter.
It's a musical. It's just fun, and I don't know. I'm old school.
Can't argue.
All right. Yes, thanks. Thank you, Randy. All right. So, yeah, look, the market just continues its move. We are still long everything. So, yeah, man, we are not being too mean at all to the market today. As Palantir is at the high of the day, NVIDIA is at the high of the day and going higher. So I'm going to take this opportunity, even though I just said going higher, we're going to trim out some more right now on NVIDIA and just honestly, just keep the good vibes going here today on all long Christmas Eve day. All right, it's Sector Watch, it's Small Cap Recap. It is...
No, not yet.
It is none of the above.
I don't think so.
It is absolutely none of the above.
At least not yet.
Yes.
But it will be soon. Guess what?
We're punch drunk over here.
Yeah, Tesla back on maybe 450. Rumble did just hit 15. So that was a fake false break of yesterday's high. losing it's a topping tail candle. It came back underneath for the trail, and now it's at $15. This one continues to go. There was JTAI, and I know Jet AI was on a lot of people's minds this morning as maybe it was going to be the runner. Double tap $10 underneath VWAP, so maybe it's not this one. I think that's why, if you're looking at the small caps, Rumble looks good. Obviously, we've already talked about GameStop a little bit. There hasn't been much that halted except for like BAOS, which I don't really know. I don't really know what that one is, to be honest with you guys. And for a lot of the other ones we were watching, Meta holding above VWAP, looking pretty strong. The all-time high moves, Apple, you can call it boring up here, but if you consolidated an all-time high, that's the kind of boring that everyone should be happy with. Apple did this. Apple didn't move a heck of a lot yesterday either, but again, it was just consolidating at an all-time high. Right now, the only thing I'm in is the reload of NVIDIA. Reloaded. I just want this breaking 142 before looking for a trail, and I think VWAP would be the place to get back in. It's the 141. It's where we added to it anyways, so that makes a heck of a lot of sense. Rumble, I think, still has a chance to give us another dip entry, but it'll have to be a different target. Eventually, it gets to the point where you're just looking for the prior high is the next support level on Rumble. So that looks like 1470 or so. So if it can dip down to that price, don't mind making that trade there. I see my dad's account, and that's not literally my father. That is a name in the chat saying, have a look at ARM. A chip name running, I am shocked. 3.5%. So you could have taken breakouts in a lot of chip names. Like, that's pretty clean, breaking resistance from yesterday. What I'd point out for ARM, this is still underneath the 50-period moving average. So if it does anything parabolic, anything under the 50-period, I'd look at a big resistance level like the 135 and think that'd be a good place for a bit of a turn. The same way AMD kind of had some troubles up here. And they make sense. Remember that channel on the daily? Yeah, AMD just tried to press through and it couldn't go. So it is what it is. Bottom of the channel, top of the channel. I don't want to remove this trend line. It's been really good on AMD.
Yeah, don't remove anything. One name that I thought we could check out, Uber. I mean, the market's going up, so I don't want to short things that are weak or anything like that. I want to go long on any pullbacks. I mean, right now, we're getting a pullback in Palantir. I'll maybe talk about that. It's still $2 up. But just for a longer, maybe potentially longer term play here, I really like DraftKings underneath the 200 period. 57 on what stock?
257 broke on Apple.
Oh, Apple. On Apple, okay. Wow, 257, geez.
Money.
Oh, wow, what a... I remember, like, I bought, like, I was probably late. I can't remember when I bought my first Apple shares, but I remember getting that very first iPhone and buying some shares on that day as well. And I was like, okay, we'll see what happens here. I can't even go back to look. Like, I could go back to look, but I mean, these are just names that you hold on forever. I was looking at the NVIDIA. It was like up like 600% or something. It's just like, what the hell? And like, we just had bought that recently. I mean, NVIDIA's been up 20,000+%. So that has nothing to do with it. But I was just thinking about DraftKings here as well. Down to 35. Like, this is a level. We've missed DraftKings there on earnings. And I was kind of like, Adair and I were there on the desk. And I was like, what? Like, what was it doing dripping down there? And all of a sudden, boom, right there on the upside, and actually ended the next day up quite a bit on earnings. And since then, we pulled up into that 46 before just hitting a spot of resistance and then falling back down. I really like the space, obviously. I mean, as far as gambling and all that is concerned, I mean, more people sitting at home, watching these games at home. I mean, we do have the Christmas games on Netflix that will be...
I have a beef with that.
Two AFC games there coming through.
I hate that they play on Christmas.
Why? Every sport, pretty much. I mean, the only NBA plays on Christmas.
Yeah, no, I've never been a fan of it.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for these jokers at all.
It's not the players. It's just like you got to fill a stadium, and then it's like everybody that works around it like has to do. And I feel like it's a bit of a distraction. It is what it is. Like,
yeah, it is what it is. I mean,
I've never been a huge fan of it, but.
Okay. So that's fair enough. I mean,
I hope the Chiefs lose.
It does kind of suck. Well, of course you do there. Hate that. I mean, I hope that the Chiefs lose as well.
No, the Bills can't get the number one seed unless they.
Yeah, right. Exactly. No, I know exactly. So that's. I mean, I'm hoping. I think the Bills have to go into KC again. Okay, so we'll wait for that one. But all right, so yeah, I just think that DraftKings there on gambling is a great little buy opportunity. So we could definitely have a look here at DraftKings right into like this area, 35. Whoa, come on. Why isn't that drawing? It doesn't matter anyways. This little shelf right there. So if you do come back in, it might be a minute before that happens, but that's something that we're looking at for sure. All right, so market up to 21.9. Is that a significant level? Let's find out right here and look at the NASDAQ for us. Yes, sir. I mean, you are coming right into that bottom. We should have noticed that right here. We are into that, so it's a good thing that we are noticing it and talking about it right now because that's a level. Right? I mean, that was that bottom. We sort of made that huge move up, came back in, stopped, ripped, fed. Now we're making it all back. We'll make back this whole Fed move easily because this was telegraphed. We knew what the Fed was doing. So that was a bullshit move to the downside there. If you're able to take advantage of it, good on you. And now you're right back up to the upside one more time. All right, so 22,000, definitely something to look at. And we're not too far away from that now. Only 90 handles on the NASDAQ away from that vaunted 22,000 mark. I think if you're going to go short, maybe that's when you do it. We are now in like 2% of NVIDIA and like 4% of Palantir. So we are very, very light in all of these trades looking for more. And that DraftKings was something interesting. If Uber gets near, okay, well, I was going to say if Uber gets anywhere near 60, we know we like that level. It did get down there, but you'd had to have, really liked it, I think, to grab it as well. This is a good opportunity to show Fabian. I want to show his shirt. Yeah, there you go. He's ready to go. Kind of like he's embodied in Neil there.
There it is.
There he goes. There you go. I like the reindeer there. It's a nice little.
Hold on a second.
Oh, what are the reindeer doing? No, get that guy off.
Whoa.
Get that guy off. Get that guy. We don't need no procreating reindeers on the show. Right up into here. They're dancing.
No.
I
didn't realize it was
for any minors or anything that are potentially watching, the reindeers are just dancing with each other. Yeah. I just didn't know if that was appropriate for this time of day.
It's a dance hall move. It's called daggering.
Trust me, Fudd Farm there, he is not homeless. I mean, he's fine. We are just relaxing here today, and we are all very, very much chill out. So thank you for that one. Fabian, the well-known Chilean nightmare around here, and not a nightmare at all.
He's not a nightmare at all.
He is a very, very nice
and always a heck of a lot of fun, and of course being a good sport. The market obviously got to that turn point, so a couple of things are happening. Tesla, I saw in the chat a lot of people are asking about Tesla. Tesla into VWAP. It's trying to hold VWAP. This will be key. Like at this time of the morning, remember, I know it's 10:13. But you got to keep in mind we are less than it's less than 3 hours away from the close here. You have 2 hours. Right. We have 2 hours, 40 minutes or whatever it is to the close. So you get maybe one shot for some dips. Right now, NVIDIA, it's right into our ad. I want to see it hold on. The prior bar high was 1480. I basically held on to 10% to see if it could crack 42. And if we can close the bar above, show me a rounded bottom off of VWAP, then I would like to reload that trade. And then Rumble is the other one. I would rather be reloading a parabolic type, small cap gapper to go into the second phase of the day here. I'm looking for that fail of 15 to hold in and around the prior high. It's either hold a prior high or work back to 14 even. One of those two. So I want to see the rounded bottom. I want to see it actually hold this low and maybe maintain some strength here. Do not want to fight a complete reversion of any of these moves. That's the one thing that I wouldn't want to get involved in, catching that falling knife. It has to show you a very clean turn and then work into it. It looks like NVIDIA wants to close on that green. It's looking pretty good. I think if you're looking for short, I would make the argument that AMD actually looks very weak. I'm not looking to short. I didn't really, Mara was the only thing. I tried it. We lost 11 cents on it in around 9 pennies. But at the end of the day, this looks like a short as well. I don't necessarily want to do it. I'd rather focus on maybe catching one last salvo on these long trades. But AMD, disappointment. You can be up 1% and be a disappointment. I think AMD fits that bill. I'm guessing Intel probably bucked it as well. Although Intel was trash too, but it's actually looking a little bit stronger now. Right back into yesterday's level. So it's going to go green.
It's so strange, some of these names. Like, we sit here and wait for something to happen, and then it's like, oh my God, something happened, and then it's like, we don't have it. So I still like Amazon. Here, someone was just saying that we missed Rigetti as well. Mr. Longshort, shout out to you on that one. You are right, for sure. We do miss that Rigetti as well to the upside, but it's not an exploding move there. We just did talk about sort of getting that 1050 area, which would have been great if you had gotten it. There's only, I know Obi and I, Neil and I, we talk about this all the time, and that is like my trading, and I know this is true for Obi's as well, really elevated, just trading less names. And I think, I think that's true for pretty much everybody. If you can focus on a strategy and trade the names that you want with more shares, that's better. I used to be in like 4, 5, 6 positions at once. And now you can see these are the 2 positions that we've had from the open. And it's just 82, boom, right into there, and then NVIDIA, boom. So we've made our day early on this, and now just sort of waiting to see if anything else falls into place. I mean, that was a good sort of a call there on Intel. We had Qualcomm moving around and Qualcomm and ARM there. They had some news recently as well. So Qualcomm and ARM. Qualcomm's been really disappointing right off the top. And again, I kind of like some of these names when you come into some of these levels. And it's like, I am very, very tech heavy in my portfolio, which is why I was thinking about, the most recently I bought DIA. We talked about buying the diamonds on the dip. So I went here. It hasn't worked out. It's not like this is doing anything. We're long at 426. On the diamonds there on the dip. It would have been better to buy the NASDAQ, but I'm trying to diversify a little bit and get a few other things other than just pure tech names. So I do like diamonds, of course, with the recent inclusion there of NVIDIA and Salesforce. So there are more tech names in this play for sure as we go. So that's something else that I've been trying to buy. Look, my eyes are going upside here because what I'm trying to do is find, first of all, I got to order some gift cards here. I have some ideas for my kid, my son. I want to get him. He's not watching, so gift cards for one of his favorite barbers. So I'm going to get that going through there. I think that's about right. Cuts around here $40, $50. I think that's about right for that. Plus, give a little bit of a Christmas bonus there. I'm going to get him a gift card of $100 and see. That's just for something there. Because you know what he tells me? He tells me he wants I said, what do you want for Christmas? He goes, a new monitor. I'm like, okay, new monitor. That's not too bad. I'll put a new monitor. And I go, which kind? Ultra wide, 21:9 aspect ratio, this and that. So I go to Best Buy. They don't even have any in there. I go to Staples. The only one they have is $7.99. So I'm like, I'm not buying
Wait for Boxing Day.
That's exactly what I'm going to tell the guy. And he'll be fine with that. He's going to be spending a couple of nights at our place here, so he doesn't need his monitor. But I'm just like, bro.
Well, you know what
I could buy a $200 one off Amazon, but I'm like, if I want to do that, I mean, it's like, we talked about iPhonies and stuff like that versus the real iPhone. So I don't know. But ultra wide monitors, let me know if there's any. Maybe ask Fabian, but they're expensive. These are. Oh, yeah, I'll hit it with. Yeah, I'll use my wife's affiliate, man, before. But yeah, shout out. If I use Amazon, I think that would be a good call. Best Buy, a little disappointing there, but it was. I went into Best Buy yesterday, and the service was actually not very good. So,
well, I told you my Best Buy story, but it wasn't.
Yeah, that was in the store. I was disappointed in that.
I ordered something from Best Buy, but then it was one of Home Square or something for the stand, and so it wasn't really Best Buy. And then when there was an issue with it, I couldn't really go to Best Buy. I had to go to Home Square, and the delivery was just a pain in the butt. But we good?
I only ever try to buy, when you're on the app, I select the Best Buy only.
Well, I thought of it, and then I just liked the deal I was getting, and I usually do that, but it ended up being a bit of a mistake.
Still.
But, I think we are. Either we're going to Adara, or no, we're not.
Denied.
Because this Christmas, Trade the Pool as the ultimate gift for traders. Here's the deal. Buy an $80,000, $160,000, or $260,000 buying power valuation, and you will get a free 20,000 buying power valuation, a free one.
Free?
But that's not all.
Okay.
Both plans have 7 extra days to hit your targets. That's more time, more buying power, and more opportunities to trade. This exclusive offer ends January 1st. It's the perfect way to kickstart your trading journey into the new year. Scan the QR code in front of you or use the link in the description of this video. Shout out to Trade the Pool, and good luck to anybody that is trading with Trade the Pool or just trading anywhere in general. And it's now 10:20, so I do believe there's some small cap gappers running.
Great look here for IWM. hanging out around that 222 level, actually up on the day, up about a third of the day. So let's see if the Russell 2000 can stay green this holiday season or this Christmas Eve anyway. We're going to take a look at Jet AI, JTAI, heck of a double top, gave up a lot of this move, but basically it's trading higher after announcing it launched its Ava, which is basically an agentic AI model that can help with private jet booking. Jet AI has run in the past, and it does have a short float of about 17%. Total float of about 1 million, just above 1 million shares. Around 600,000 shares. Saw a couple different floats, but it's between 600,000 and a million from what I was seeing. Then we have HOUR. This company, I could find very little information about. This up about 200%. This is at day's highs. No catalyst for this one, but it does have a smaller float as well, around 1.7 million shares. And last but not least, BAOS. No catalyst for this either. This is Baosheng. They are a Chinese ADR. Also, your day's highs up 405% with an 800,000 share float. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. NVIDIA just lost VWAP there, so it's back underneath. The original breakout has reverted, not the entire move, but pretty much most of it. The first pullback was 140.80, so that was our trail the entire time. Didn't really move it, so now we're going to be out. Again, don't necessarily want to chase it on the way back in. Tesla, Tesla's really trying to hold on to VWAP, but it's down here as well and holding underneath, at least temporarily. So even that long, starting to fade back in a little bit. I think if you're looking at some of the other strong names, holding on trend is Apple. So Apple's still got a series of higher lows, and that looks pretty solid. So I kind of like that. And then the other one, let me just give you the black chart because it'll be faster. I don't want to risk it not going. VWAP hold on Palantir as well. So Palantir holding VWAP, Apple holding higher lows, NVIDIA's gone, Tesla has a chance. Palantir was part of the plan. So looking for a VWAP here looks a little bit better. There is a halt trade that just removed, but I wasn't familiar with that one. BAOS. That wasn't even on our list this morning. But Palantir off VWAP looks like the next one to try to go here. And I see people mentioning Netflix looking pretty strong. I like some Netflix.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about Netflix, and we sort of got sidetracked there a little bit. Just I think streaming wars are forever on right now. And I mean, content is going to be king, as like I was saying, that was where we were talking about Christmas there as well. So, all right. This is just sort of a scanner that we use through eSignal that I talk about quite often. And of course, eSignal is, I don't know if we're still running anything with them, but right here. So right now, VWO. So I'll just look at some of the names that pop in here on a scanner. So this name continues to want to work a little bit higher there. Hour up 234%. There it goes right now. And again, this is just a hour loop Inc. Right there. Nice move to the high side and still going right now. This is just a scanner for active names. And of course, Palantir, we've been there. Rigetti here as well, up 5 today. Damn, Rigetti, man. It's too bad. Reminds me of some of my favorite pasta, rigatoni, right there. So thank you to all my Italian friends there in the show, and Merry Christmas, Buon Natale to everybody over there as well. SMCI up $33 too. Not up $33, breaking through. That'd be nice if it was up $33 today. I mean, people would be celebrating. I don't know. Are you guys net short or long out there on SMCI? Because I wonder which way a lot of these traders are. This has been such a fun name to trade. SMCI really blasting off. Okay, you know what? I think I've met my maker right now with SMCI. So let me go over to them and see what they're doing here, because I liked sort of that little rumble on there, what SMCI was trying to do for us. So 33 and change. Yeah, nice upside move here. SMCI 35. Is that the key? Yeah, so breaking through there. You kind of missed that 33.50 break. That would have been great, obviously, as we wait for that to come in. But for right now, SMCI off to the races upside. Yeah, 34.60. I'd rather go short there against $35, I think, into SMCI. But wow, what a beast. That top, if you wait for 35, I wouldn't wait much longer than this 35.50 area. Just could drift up the rest of the day. The market's El Fuego, man. I mean, it's still going up higher here. 21.920 right now. So 21.920 at the high of the day right now is the market. Why isn't my SMCI chart there? There it is. So wow, this thing, did we miss maybe a story on them or something? But at the end of the day, SMCI, like straight up $1.50 right there. So great job there, anybody trading SMCI. like those of you that are maybe like saying, okay, this guy is just sitting here with his, we talked about this already, 2% on NVIDIA and like 2% on Palantir. But yeah, what are you seeing there?
The only story, it's basically just that there's some big bets being made in options.
Right. Okay.
So unusual options activity in SMCI. It doesn't really. This article doesn't say anything about which strikes particularly.
No, I think there's a lot of just it's option like. A lot of these plays are, that's what I was trying to ask, like if people, I think the options, like you found that story.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what it is. There's a lot of people positioning up, for maybe this little Santa Claus rally or for this last rally into the last 3 days there of the year. So we'll wait to see what's going to happen. I'm just adjusting my charts as my eyes are going upside there so I can get a better look. Okay. So NVIDIA pulling back in. Even though we're light on this goes back into the 200 period, 140.50. I'm going to try some more right now. So let's put on something now for NVIDIA right there. So now we're long. We just got more. Excuse me. We just got more into this play, the 200 period. I want to just respect it because we're not giving any of this back. I mean, this was it right there. 140.55. I wanted to ask you something about Vladimir Guerrero because I have a sneaky feeling he ain't going to be a Blue Jay. There's nobody more that I want to remain a Blue Jay for your daughter.
I had this conversation with her.
Okay, good. That's
I've
why I
been
was
preparing her for this possibility.
Okay. Yeah, because if we pay
there.
anything north of 500, we're getting screwed, and somebody will pay him that, and our management is not the brightest. Yeah,
you can't pay a first baseman.
Right. So that's what I was going to ask you.
It's been a little bit.
Your opinion?
The consistency levels. I love Vlad. You know what? The cool thing about some athletes, he is absolutely fantastic with the fans.
What a reload!
You go to Jay's Fest, that dude is really cool with the kids.
He better be.
Yeah, he's great, but I think he's probably going to be costing too much for the Blue Jays. And ultimately, it's a business. The same way people complain. Everyone says, well, you should always pay whatever you want for the star. Well, then to me, that's like buying AMD when it's at its highs and its PE is a bajillion and NVIDIA is a better company. Like it's one thing to overpay Shohei Ohtani, and it's another thing to overpay Vladimir Guerrero. You'll pay a premium for.
It's Juan Soto's the guy that's.
Juan Soto, I think he's in that echelon, and I love him. But
imagine being an outfielder, getting the ball hit to you 4 times a game, and making $70 million a year plus. That is insane, man. My kid's she's in the damn wrong sport. These basketball players, they get little fractures on their nose and they miss 4 weeks. I don't know if you guys have seen any of these hockey players. Daniel Tkachuk, anybody pretty much, they get literally broken faces, and they're probably back in 20 to 30 minutes, making about 10% of what the NBA makes, let alone baseball players. That's
NBA ratings are down.
Well, of course, yeah. The no teeth thing is, yeah. You got your teeth knocked out? Yeah, okay. Now, oh boy, well, I'd say for that one, I'm not, believe me, from a father of children, I'm not feeling any orthodontic bills coming through on that one, but that was Joe, of course.
G is not getting her teeth knocked out, that's
no, well, she wears, well, you can only do it because minor hockey wears full face.
That's what I'm saying. You wear a full face guard.
I don't think until U20 or something, for sure over 18. Okay, so look at this reload. Oh my, as we're talking about it there, let's get a little bit more out here on NVIDIA up at the 90s. We just got some out at 141 and change. So right there we go 1-to-1. So our out was going to be, Gia better not get her teeth knocked out, man. That would be ridiculous. But this play, well, with veneers and everything, But anyways, there it goes right now with NVIDIA. Our stop is 140.50. It's already not in. So let me put that in right now. 140.39 as a stop. I always give it a little bit more. So that's why when I say 1-to-1, it's not really, because 39 will break and I'll get a 35 fill. Liquidity seems to be pretty good right here. So I just took some 75s or 77s up to O's. And then got some more out there at view up, which was 93s. So we're really just making 25 cents with probably losing 35 cents. So I'm just going to play the momentum, get out, kind of just stack it up right now. and literally count our chickens before they hatch. Let's get out as it's trying to break that top, and then if it does break, let's make sure to have some on. So we still have 2/3 left of our reload right now on NVIDIA, hoping for clearer skies. 141.05 I'm trying to get out, then 141.20. So here we come right back up, hands off, my orders are already in.
Bottoming tail candle on the futures. I think we're headed back higher. So quickly to the NASDAQ. What I mean by a bottoming tail candle is just this, as you can see, one red since the open on a 15-minute, and it just wicked above. So I think if it was strong before, why not let it be strong after? Palantir was at VWAP, and the other things were underneath it. Tesla's already gone. So consolidation here at VWAP on Palantir. Now it's trying to make the breakout. But respect the fact that there's some lower highs, and then the time of day as well. Oh, Tesla. Tesla off of VWAP was a little bit different. Yeah, there wasn't a consolidation at VWAP on Tesla. There was VWAP, and then there was 450. And it happened very quickly. So Tesla made that bounce off VWAP, and it did so a little bit faster than anticipated. Still very, very strong. Chill vibes, QQQ can retouch that 530. You know what? Why not? I know a lot of times, I have futures charts up, so when I look at levels, I'm pulling it up on the NQ, and then that's what I'm quoting to you guys because that's what I'm watching. But I think we can do it the other way as well and flip you on over. And I'm saying you like the 530. Well, I think it's a good level. It makes a lot of sense. But if you talk about filling in the gap would be well above 530. I guess because it's a half day, it's pretty unrealistic for it to get up there. So I think you've made a pretty reasonable target. On any other day, when you're breaking out this, I'm like, wow, it's a big Fed gap. And I think the AES has a chance to close a Fed gap as well. But we could just be on day one of that. The Santa Claus rally could be an overall thing closing in that Fed gap, with this just being a possible step one. You know what? AMD should just maybe be a short. I didn't want a short. AMD really can't get above VWAP. There might be a chance at a short trade here on AMD, but I don't want to be chasing it to the downside when the market is so strong. It should just be maybe one chance at VWAP before we get out of here. There's only 30 minutes left till 11 o'clock. And then, of course, we'll be back for the last hour of the day, but we're starting to run into close to that lunchtime hour. I don't want to be shorting the bottom, but maybe one shot if this pulls back into VWAP. AMD is unusually weak. And if the market does pull back, this thing should crater, I would think. Pimpy Longstocking, yes. Thank you for the super chat. Pimpy, Tesla is hitting 500 today.
Nope.
Well, I'd be happy. Anybody that's a Tesla shareholder would be happy, but I'm probably betting against that. It's at 450. That would be one heck of a feat if it were to get to 500 today. I think you're happy if it gets to 456. I think 456, you should be really happy if it gets to that. Just make that move. I kind of thought the breakout was going, it went $2. I thought it was going $6. I got out at break even. And I think the next trade, maybe you get one more shot off of VWAP before we're all said and done here. But yeah, I don't think 500 would be a chance.
I consider myself a Tesla bull, and I just think that's
wasn't SMCI
a little aggressive.
Wasn't SMCI at $33 when you were talking about it?
It was 33.50,
34.30. It's getting to 35.
It might have been a little higher because we were looking at 30.
Palantir might have just lost support.
$34. Okay, just real quickly before we go over to Adara, which we will go to in 1 second, we just took a little bit more there on this break lower through 50. So, and just so you guys know, we're probably at a third of, I can see the trade, third of the position that we would have had right there. So we'll let it go. We've talked about where we're getting out 10 cents from now, and we are out. Our first out rate here is 50 cents, right? So we'll be fine no matter what happens here with NVIDIA. We knew we wanted to trade strong names alongside, but is NVIDIA really strong? I guess we'll soon find out. Up 0.6 versus a market that's 0.8. So maybe it's not as strong as we'd hoped for. I'm trying to scalp this out. 60, 65, 70, 75 Adara.
Take a look here at crypto here. We do have Bitcoin holding on to support here on the 92,000 level. We have wick there once again on the daily chart yesterday, closing a little bit of a bottoming tail candle here. And as of right now, above 97,000, next clear resistance would be that 99.5 print that we kind of had that wick into on Saturday. So let's see how BTC does. Ethereum, though, started the day much stronger than Bitcoin, as of right now. Still, starting the Bitcoin, this is now a 2-day winning streak for ETH, holding support nicely here at 3,200. Now here just shy of 3,500. So great look here for Ethereum. Take a look at XRP here as well, because that has been on watch, especially with their RLUSD coin, which launched a couple weeks ago here or last week. We have support more or less around that 2.2 level, but slightly lower highs. So quick look here at some of these crypto names as we head into the Christmas season. Back to you.
So just very quickly, you'll see support just got lost on Palantir here at 83.4. So it tried to consolidate at VWAP. Now it's breaking downward. The market's still holding the highs, so it might just be a Palantir thing, but we want to keep it tight to the vest at this point. Like when you're running into the second half of the day, you get into a different mode. Like there's a potential, we've always seen it, like most of the good action, and we said this morning, like I want that opening rush on things and then be careful taking that next salvo. So ultimately, like PLTR, it's up 3%, and it could still go, but I think you just got to be really patient. Either VWAP holds, or you're now out in the ether where like 82 would be a prior high pullback. That's $1 from here. So I think you got to wait around for that. I don't want to be fighting anything on the way back down in to said downside. That said, Tesla is still looking relatively strong as it's held on to VWAP pretty cleanly there. So I think it's got another chance maybe for one last trade. AMD's trying to pull back into VWAP. We did get a super chat, so I wanted to make sure before I threw it back, I wanted to get the super chat. Thank you so much, Isaac. Appreciate the super chat there. And of course, from Hawaii. Shout out to Hawaii. We don't get many viewers from Hawaii, but we appreciate all our viewers. All we ever ask is that you enjoy the show, share it with your friends, you enjoy it, be a positive part of our trading community, hit that like, hit that subscribe. You know, we try to have a lot of fun around here, but also we're just all trying to improve everyone's trading journey. And it's always fun to have a good day the day before Christmas. So best to you and yours as well, Isaac. Thank you.
Yeah, good day. That is for sure. Have your good day with eSignal as well. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade your elite trading experience with eSignal today. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform of your needs. Infinite data, instant trading. Know where the market moves while others simply watch. With lightning, fast data and controlled data. I mean, it's an entitlement-based system. You get to use a wide array of their tools on any of the markets that they have, including better backtesting and scanning, reliable real-time data. It is basically everything that you need in one place as well. All the apps there's the scanner that I was showing you guys before as well. So make sure, just go check it out, right? Scan the QR code below and let them know that you heard about them from Trader TV Live. Thank you so much, Vasil. Again, we've seen you many, many times. We want to thank a big thank you for that super chat right there. So we will say thank you and Merry Christmas. Christmas right there. So thank you so much, Vasil, for the $50. Wow, that's a good one. Thank you so much for that. As we'll drop it down. And yeah, we'll use that, as we keep saying, we are trying to improve every single thing around here. And we are actually potentially looking for a different setup, desk-wise and all that kind of stuff in the new year. So lots of stuff happening around here as we look to just improve the experience and just give a different, maybe potentially a different look. So we'll use, all of that. And thank you so much. Hit the like, hit the subscribe as well, and make YouTube give us that 1 cent per viewer. Ridiculous. Okay, but whatever. I own the stocks. It's all good. Okay, so there it is right now. As we were talking, NVIDIA did this. We talked about where we were waiting at 60s and 65s. Those are the best two that we had gotten, and then it dropped through. So basically a flat trade on the reload. We made a little bit of money there and then gave it back there. So kind of like not a missed opportunity. I could see where my net is. It didn't cost me anything other than a cup of coffee. So, we tried it there on NVIDIA, trying to find a little bit of strength. But yeah, the market probably now, I mean, it's at 22,000. We talked about that. We're still 50 handles away from that level. I think that's the shorting level there. Roblox, huge move up, man, up to $60. I think that's just a matter of time. And then, we were doing that eSignal sort of scan there. And I'm like, SMCI is the one for me. And then, yeah, I think you might have been right, man. That was about 33.50, I think, not 34.50. Yeah,
It was
straight up
something.
since then. And the only thing we could find on that was options related. So congratulations if you are part of those options, because SMCI 8% straight to the upside and just taking out a huge level. There was just 100,000 shares there on the offer, and then Joe was like, "That's not enough. I'll swipe that level and get long." So there we go. Now SMCI, nice move to the upside. Congratulations, anybody on that play?
Before we go to Adara, I know it's 10. Yeah, like it's 10:40 already, so we're gonna get to sector watch. But just zoom out your 15-minute chart, and the last time this was at 35, double tapped it, it broke. So this is a case where I would only revert it if it broke this, like broke 35 and wicked those highs. That way you'd be back in underneath. So you'd want to trap some longs up there if you're trying to fight this. It might have already done the move here in front of 35. Okay, never mind. It might have already done that pullback. I just paid for locates for 0.00026. But yeah, we might have missed a chance at that 35. I was looking, it was right about to break it, and I was about to look, break 35, fail 35.30, and then get it back underneath.
There goes the market.
But I guess that's the pullback right there on SMCI. Missed opportunity.
NVIDIA's going.
Adara?
Here we are to talk about these sectors. Lots of strength here in a lot of these names. Finance looking nice here, worth noting. We just had a report earlier today that some of these big banks are suing the Fed with regards to the stress test regulations, so keep an eye on some of these players. Retail trade also really strong. AMZN leading this group to the upside, of course, Boxing Day on watch. And Walmart making a beautiful recovery after yesterday, which was its worst one-day performance in over a year. It was down about 3%. Due to a lawsuit here from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, so keep an eye on WMT. Commercial services really strong. Tesla and consumer durables pretty strong here as well. And of course, these tech names. Technology, between both these technology sectors, all of the mega caps here are really strong, both Palantir and Apple making new all-time highs earlier today. In terms of weakness, there's no sectors that are screaming weak, but there's a lot of muted performance here. Health services pretty quiet this morning. Distribution, process industries, consumer non-durables, all a little bit more tame today, guys. Back to you.
I was just looking. So NVIDIA, NVIDIA just went back up there. We dropped out of NVIDIA. It's now a winner. If you had more than a 10-cent stop, shouldn't have had that. Obi was just telling me about SMCI, and I was like, dude, I just dropped it.
Oh, Boeing's back to
NVIDIA there. Oh boy is right about Amazon, another name that we often trade here as well. But oh boy, there's that 226 hit right there. We should have that 226 hit, but we don't. 226, 226.50. Talked about that in the beginning of the show. Missed it right there. Nice upside take for AMZN. As
Shout out to Obi for
that 226.
Did you? I don't know if you. Obi was very kind. I don't know if you. We didn't mention this.
No, we did not. No.
But shout out to Obi. He was really kind. He got us each. I can show you guys. A bottle of prosecco.
Yeah, we like that.
Yeah. So shout out to Obi. You know, kind, considerate. He wore a Christmas sweater for everyone yesterday, and obviously he's here in today. I know he's trading. I'm pretty sure, I'm like 99.9% sure he was long Palantir, because I'm pretty sure that's what everyone was looking at this morning as a great breakout trade. You were mentioning NVIDIA, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Palantir just got back to VWAP as well. So I got shaken out of Palantir, because you can't get shook out of something that's in proper English. But this did get to 83. It didn't pull back to 82. Now it's trying to get back into VWAP. I just saw Austin. There he is. Oh, he's locked in. He's focused. Not only the hoodie is on, but he's got the headphones on as well. That's when you know he's locked in. He's polished off his fruit salad.
The Lone Ranger.
Lone Wolf? Well, I guess Lone Ranger.
I don't know. I mean, he's on his own pack back there, you know.
Lone Wolf is like a negative connotation sometimes.
You can see him right there.
Oh, you know what? Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's why he's got the Jedi hood going on. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I've only been in these two trades, so and we're having a banger of a day. Yeah, SMCI.
It's still, by the way, there's still not a red candle since 33.5. So technically this didn't start until about almost 10 o'clock, but from that bottom, On a 3-minute, this is the only red candle, and it was right at, okay, technically 33.30, but the high of that candle was 33.50, and it's now at the 35 level and about to break out. So this is absolutely nonsensical, but it is at the big level. If it breaks 35 and fails to get through here, that's about the only place it could possibly revert, but you got to be willing to find something with a tight stop, because if you're running into this, like if it breaks away from that, like why wouldn't you squeeze to 36.5? So it's through 35. It's a very particular setup. It would have to mean revert pretty cleanly here, which even then, I'd rather miss it than try to be in on the front end of this trade. Runaway freight train here on SMCI. No questions asked. Another super chat. Thank you again. Another one. Alex. Upshur BMW ABAT. Okay, well, I'm guessing you want to have a look at American battery technology. I'll oblige you. You said a super chat in there. Hey, it's only up 48%. That's not bad.
No.
Nothing wrong with 48%. Every now and then we'll get like, let's look at this stock and it's up literally nothing. But 48%, not a day one move. It's still pretty strong. You gotta like it when there's a small cap in a general sense that's making a nice multi-day breakout. But the other side of a multi-day breakout is this was a dollar stock, now it's a $2.50. So you always want to, and I've taught this conversation before, like no one ever went broke taking profit. I think when you're long early, making sure you get a little something so you can play with house money makes sense. And I'm just wanting to show you this. If you zoom out far in the daily chart, this is a repeat offender that is breaking away, but it's got big old $3 resistance. On ABAT, go all the way back to the beginning of the year, and that is kind of the spot where I think you've got some bag holder resistance coming in, and it's pretty adjacent to that level on ABAT. 10% short float. I think the story is that it's a small float name, and we've got a day being at a shortened week, where you have some of these continue to go. So it's a strong move, but just look at that daily chart. That $3 level is standing out, and you're getting pretty darn close to it now.
Reddit, yeah. Reddit breaking one. Wow. What a trade for Reddit. Reddit breaking 180. What? Yeah, Sharif. Sharif, very, very hard to believe, but yes, Sharif. It looks like we've already broken it a couple times, but we are right back up there right now on Reddit. So watch out there. Good trade. Again, base. We love when they base like this because it does give us that little information there. So there's the base at 155, and there's the blast higher. Now we're looking like we do want to take out that 178 up to 180. What a great break that would be, whether or not it happens today. Probably not, as we... Well, I don't know, $3 away could definitely get going. The fact that it may break, you'd want any of these levels to break with probably at least 25, 30 minutes left in the day. So if that can still happen, then I still like it. There's a lot left, right? When we're done, it'll go over to the midday for 2 hours, 1 o'clock, and that'll be a wrap after that. Reddit still has that chance, man. Up 4%. It's,
I thought you guys were coming back at 12.
I don't think so. You guys are only on for an hour?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I'm not planning on coming back at 12, so. Okay, Neil will be here probably at 12 o'clock as we go. Is that Mendel that we have ready to go?
Huh?
All right.
Shoot, we got Jeff?
All right, well, let's kick it over.
Cover for Sean.
Okay, he's not ready yet. He's not ready yet. Okay, we'll get ready there. But Reddit right now, 176.50. Nice move there up to the upside. Trying to go through 176, 177 right now. Beautiful move there to go on RDTT.
Bitcoin 98.
Bitcoin also 98,000. So lots happening, man. And as we get ready for going over to OTC market, I wonder what stock is the next one to moon. SMCI right here as well. 35, there it goes, breaking through right now, through that $35 level. So this break probably lasts as well right now. There goes SMCI breaking through $35 now there to the upside. All right, it is about that time. It's great that we're able to have Jeff on right now. We got a new haircut over there? What's
Oh,
going on over here right
okay.
now? What's up?
Whoa, come on.
What's up
Not
to
in the
Jeff?
office today. Settle down.
Oh, not in the office. Okay.
Get back to work.
Happy holidays, Jeff. We may be the only ones in the office today, so we appreciate you taking the time here on Christmas Eve. Happy holidays to you and yours, and thank you for coming back on here today.
Yeah, thanks. By the way, do you need someone to step in this afternoon? Because I think I can handle this.
Yeah, baby, let's go. This guy's a natural. I mean, the thing is, I told you, man, we can't pay you enough. You know, otherwise we poach you. If you get a passport, I mean, you know, we're down. You want to get like a working visa here? Come over here. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know what
It's definitely been discussed. We'll just
Been this guy.
No,
Okay.
there's a quote on Cowboys fans that we're allowed to have on the show. So I just going to throw that one out there. But no, I'm joking. I'm joking, of course. Anytime you're here, you're welcome on the show.
those Toronto Bills, you know.
We're going to the Super Bowl.
Okay. Anyway.
We're going to the Super Bowl.
Here, the last time we saw, here's a picture. I wanted to show this last time. This is what Jeff looks like on, on a work day. You're very, 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 So there he is. Thank you, Jeff. We went out last time for lunch, and we want to thank him for that. So thank you so much, Jeff, for that one. And without any further ado,
what's going to the moon?
Yeah, what's going on with Moon? How's your overnight going there? Any announcements to make for our viewers?
No, Moon is on track. January 15th, top 100 symbols, top 100 active symbols. That's NMS symbols, right? So like Tesla, Apple, NVIDIA, also ETFs as well too. So like the SPY and anything that you guys are trading during the day. So yeah, top 100 on January 15th, and then I'd say by February 1st we should have basically all the names out there for that's 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Eastern time, right? So kind of fills the gap that you guys maybe aren't trading or maybe are trading right now. Yep. But yeah, we're looking forward to it. And like I said, we're getting a lot of traction. Like I was on a call about it right before I got on here. So on Christmas Eve, we're getting someone tested and ready to go. So we're really excited about this.
So just for the excitement level, I can tell you for an absolute fact. So Jeff, we had a bit of a poker night here at the office on the floor on Friday, and a couple of traders in the GTA from other offices. And one of the topics of discussion was literally, when are we getting Moon, and will it be beginning of January? They wanted it right away. So I'm glad to hear we're going to see it shortly in the new year. So we'll get it on the 15th. So, is there anything in particular, just for anyone that hasn't been listening, is there any difference in terms of execution gateways available, that sort of a thing, or any rules that might be different here with Moon, or is it going to be pretty much the same regular trading that everyone is accustomed to? And of course, when you talk about these big names, the top 100 names, it's not like you're only coming in with Tesla and NVIDIA. You're getting a good, healthy start of symbols.
Yeah, definitely right. So we're going to go off trading activity for that. So it's going to be probably most of the symbols that everyone's trading right now today. Anyway, and so great question on what's it going to look and feel like? Think as if you're trading on just a regular stock venue, right? From that perspective, right? You send an order, you send in a displayable bid or ask. Then also, if you want to cross the spread as well too, pretty straightforward, sending in limits. We aren't going to do any hidden order types for the overnight. I think right now it's everything that is out there should be displayed to kind of generate more liquidity and kind of bring the market together. We're trying to make it so it's a kind of easy starting, easy out of the gates, right, for everyone, and not reinventing the wheel, but bringing what we know, a stable marketplace, kind of scaling out our system that already exists today and already handles hundreds of thousands of trades and millions and millions of quote updates on a daily basis. Just putting that out there overnight. market data, like, right? So like, like all the quotes that you guys, that you see going across the bottom of your screen here on Trader TV or on your level 2 at home, right? Getting that out there is also key for us, and making sure that that is valuable for the people that are consuming it, right? And so in that market data feed, right, you guys are going to see all the participants' bids and offers out there. Right, you're going to you're going to be able to pull it up on your level 2, just like you do during the daytime as well, right? I think information is key, and that's what we do. That's what we've done for years, and just kind of building off of that and into the listed market. So that's it's we got a lot of things going on, but it's all coming together.
Yeah, I love to hear them. Before I throw to Sean, I want to say, I think I know our traders and a lot of traders in general, are going to be happy to hear, keep it simple, no hidden orders. I think that's creating that aftermarket, obviously, is already going to be a little bit different. To make it a trader's market, you know what I think everyone knows what we mean by that, I think is a fantastic opportunity. So shout out to you guys for keeping it simple. Sometimes it's just better and easier to follow momentum. I know a lot of people that have dabbled in the overnight would like to see it kept that way, but I'm glad you guys are at least starting it, keeping it for the traders.
Listen, I mean, at the end of the day, right, we felt like, it's a great way to, make it a trader's market, but also an investor's market too, right? Because that time range kind of fills the gap for people that typically wouldn't be able to sit there and, unless you're waking up in the wee hours of the morning elsewhere.
Yeah,
it kind of gives them access for that as well too, and so kind of making it so the professionals like yourself, then also just the market making community, and also like I said, the retail investing public kind of had a nice ecosystem for everyone.
Jeff, thank you for discussing that, of course, quickly here. But I just wanted to ask you, first of all, what's your favorite Christmas movie of all time? Is there a tradition in the Mendel household that you like to watch?
I mean, it's got to be Home Alone.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Come on. There we go.
Yeah. That's a chicken dinner winner. Right there. Okay. Get it out of there. All right. The other thing I want to talk about too is
close second though is Tim Allen. Come on, the Santa Claus.
Oh, the Santa Claus. Yeah. There's Santa Claus 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, a bunch of those. I want to talk about the current market, though. I was just noticing here, some of these Chinese ADRs, right? I mean, we'll talk about Moon, but also OTCN is here, the Link product as well. There's Luck and Coffee. You've come over to my screen, up 3.5% today and moving higher. There's a lot of names that we can trade in your marketplace. I want to bring to everyone's attention, of course, the OTC Markets website, which is just otcmarkets.com. And it's something that I'm always refreshing is the most active, because you never know what will pop up. Like even here's Save, Spirit Airlines, Save Q, and you can definitely get the trades and the number of trades going through. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that there are some names moving around here, obviously, on your marketplace, and they don't just include some of these penny names. There's also big names like Luck and Coffee. We talked about Roche and some of these other ADRs, and especially with marijuana, there's a lot of marijuana ADRs and CDRs and whatnot that are available on your exchange and could be moving there in the new year. So anything catching your eye right now in the current day market?
So, you brought up Luck and Coffee. I mean, that's a pretty good move for a day like today, right? I think, it's almost up 4% right now. So, decent amount of activity going on in that name. I'm just pulling it up right now.
Yeah, it's 4%.
Yeah, so, not a ton of volume, but decent amount of activity going right now, right? Almost 500,000 shares traded today. Half day today, something to be up 70, or something to be up, over 80 cents on a $24 stock. Nice little move. Decent amount of activity going on in FNMA today.
Okay, yeah.
Fannie Mae, but not really much of a move there. But definitely something. I think this is a name that over the next few months is going to continue to have a lot of activity, especially with talks of privatizing Fannie and Freddie with the new administration coming in. Like I said, not a ton of movement today in the short term, but I think is it a longer term chart that you have there?
Yep, right here.
Right, it's kind of So definitely another thing to kind of watch. I see one that we don't always talk about, Bayer, BAYRY, right? So ADR, right? Everyone has heard of Bayer, Just kind of something to look. Over 500,000 shares traded today. Not a ton of movement, but still some activity going on in there. So always new names, always global international names sitting there ready and available to buy or sell, trade, whatever you're looking to do.
Yep, exactly. Always different names there, and just to confirm, so you guys are closed at 1 p.m. today, like all the other markets there. So,
Yep.
All right, and then back open on Boxing Day. Not celebrated too much there south of the border. So, all right, Jeff, what's
What
on
are you
your
guys
Christmas?
doing? Well, you guys are in the office for Boxing Day.
Not me.
Yeah, I am
Oh,
Jeff. Yeah, it's actually Neil. That's actually Neil's birthday. Is Boxing Day, so day after Christmas.
Yeah. It was rough. It
So
was
you
rough
have
growing
Jesus
up.
and Neil. Like.
Oh,
so it's
don't
very-
even. Yeah, don't go. Yeah, don't go there.
I mean, is what it is. Similar ages.
That's
I'm
age is about the only thing I got in common. There,
Yeah.
you need to put on one of these, Jeff. Don't get with the spirit, my friend. And where's the eggnog at?
actually here. Wait, blur me out for a second. I got a T-shirt to show you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna.
There, we'll take you off completely. How about that? We'll do one better than blurring.
So apparently Jeff is getting ready to show off a T-shirt right now. For everyone, AVGR halted to
Okay,
the
I'm
upside.
ready.
If-
Here we go.
Ramin said he's literally stripping.
Wait,
No, we
Oh, there we
can't.
go.
Can't we see it?
No,
You're the one. You're the one blocking it. Oh, after
there
ski.
it is.
Okay, après
there we go,
ski.
there we go.
Okay. So we'll make sure we have some après ski drinks and all that stuff as well. Look, Jeff, thank you so much
Thanks,
again.
Jeff.
Thank you for a great year. Thank you for all the support that you've given to Trader TV Live. So again, Merry Christmas to you and yours. Happy New Year if we don't see you before then, and Happy Holidays.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jeff.
Yes,
Appreciate it.
Merry
Jeff
Merry
Mendel,
Christmas
OTC
and, Happy Hanukkah.
Markets.
Merry
Happy
Christmas.
Hanukkah. Yeah, good one. Yeah, thank you so much, Jeff,
Thanks.
for all of that. All right.
Oh,
All right,
for a
we
second,
are out
I'm
of
like, what the heck is hour? And I am not in it. So it's past 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
Sharif
yeah.
is in HOUR.
Hour loop.
No, because when I see that, you're like, if you ever see a position, you're like, but I'm not in position, the first thing you should think about it is something going wrong.
Right.
It is past 11 o'clock. We need to get on over to the midday. It's a little bit of a shortened midday there. So obviously you only have 2 hours to the close, so it's vastly different, the kind of price action you're going to see in the volume and volatility. But we still got the Bash Brothers in the house, and we've got Sharif. Look at the super chat. Oh, sorry. We got a super chat before I throw it over there. Nick W. Oh, Nick, thank you so much. We appreciate you. We appreciate that super chat. Sean said we're looking for some bigger and better in the new year, and we'll make sure all this goes to that. Merry Christmas. Thanks to all you do. Have really enjoyed being a part of your community and continually learning each day. Hope you all have a great day with your family and friends. Best, Nick. We wish the same right back at you. It's all about family. Hopefully, you know what? Let's take it a step further. Everyone spend it with friends and family, but I know this to be true. Almost every single person here in the holidays, you know somebody who maybe they're going to be alone today and tomorrow. Maybe they just recently lost somebody. Could be in your neighborhood, could be a family member, whatever it is. Give them a call. Give them a shout out, right? Because that extended family, which we have with you guys, is always just as important as well. So make sure you play it forward, pass it forward. We're blessed to have a great family here. Obi was kind with gifts, and we all try to have each other's back. So let's do it as a community and pay it all forward this holiday season. So thank you very much, Nick, and thank you to everybody. Let's go on into the midday. Go get them, boys.
Actually, before we go to the midday, we're going to talk about Alibaba, because Alibaba actually did have a little bit of a catalyst. Not a ton of a move on this, but I'm seeing it circulated a lot on social media. Barron's, so like the stock market publication, basically named Alibaba its top pick of 2025, saying that they believe it could be up 50% at the end of 2025, and also called it, quote, the cheapest e-commerce play on earth. So keep an eye on Alibaba. It's doing a bear flag right now, so nothing super reactive to this story, but just be aware, BABA being named a very bullish pick by Barron's. And with that, we will turn you over to Joe and Sharif for our abbreviated midday.
Ooh, here we go, baby. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the How to Trade During the Midday show. That is your boy, Joey Options. And I'm Sharif. And welcome. We've got a fantastic show
I see
for
where
you
you're
today.
getting at with that.
Saw that?
Yeah, with you're the gift. Okay, all right. I see where you're going at.
What do you think this implies, Joseph?
Hey, man, I'm not going to go down that road, but I think you know what I'm getting at here.
Boom. Not only trade stocks, we trade in innuendos. What's
It
going
rhymes
on,
with
everybody?
and ready to mingle.
Shout out to my man Jay Lee and Adam DeLu, Sixto V and Seth. We got El Sol, Pilot Josh, and Epic Strategy. Shout out to Ezekiel and Pranaya. We got Mr. Gang, Long Shorts, and Drew P. I'm not going to finish the last part. Bora Hot, Doss Up, Sebastian, Easy Media, and Donkey Trader joining us as well. Shout out to Christopher Holcomb. And we got Seth, Ralph Woodward, shout out to Ronaldo and Baspa, Ozan in the house as well. We got Shady Howdy and Pilot Josh, Martha Chambers and Captain Physics. Shout out to the world's greatest mod, Bears versus Dang Bulls. We got Yannick, we got Elon, we got Deer Oil, Frank Headley joining us as well as Stock or Put. Love that. Love that. Dwayne Diesel and one more here. Shay Howdy. No, I'm going to do one more. We're going to go, which one is this? Jones McLean. Never seen that name before. Thank you for joining us today, Joseph. Good morning, my man. How are you?
Hey, good, my brother. How's everything so far? Everything, all the Christmas shopping done. That's it. Now we're ready to celebrate and be a little festive. But Sharif, you know we got a lesson today. Is there anything you would like?
We're going to cover these small cap gappers super quick, but hour coming into my area over here, so I'm just trying to keep an eye on it. HOUR got in at 4.25, wet my beak all the way up to 480. Now it's coming back down into the same area that I got into, the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it holds up here. I'm looking for this one to hold that 410, 415, where VWAP is hanging out. Look at that, right off that volume weighted average price, right back into the $0.50, lamenting not having added there. We're going to keep an eye on an hour here, up 211%, doing big boy volume, but that's not the only one we're looking at, Joseph. There's a bunch of others. HOUR, obviously the one in focus. BAOS, up an eye-watering 400%, was much higher percentage-wise when it was trading at 1366. That is the HOD. It is still, believe it or not, above the volume-weighted average price, which is hanging out at $7. MPLN also in focus over here as it comes down into that $10 area, 9.75 area where VWAP is. This can certainly be in my watch. Katina Man mentioned this one umpteen amount of times on the morning show. Rigetti, RGTI. Knocking on the door of that $12 area. It's been knocking there all morning, Joseph. Nobody has answered. Maybe somebody answers now as we put in these higher lows. And last but not least, OPTX and PDYN all in focus today.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, brother. So, yeah, we'll just touch on this little Tesla trade here before we get into the lesson. Yeah, we just seen that we had that bull flag forming, and we play the break of that. Volume starting to step in on the lower time frames, beautiful, and then we just piece it out, got stopped out, break even, as we start to pull out into VWAP. And dear Ollie, no, this is not a Winter Olympic hat. This is supposed to be representing my Santa Claus hat, but also to pay tribute to the greatest hockey tournament on the planet coming up, the World Juniors, baby. I live for this tournament, my favorite tournament of all time. Looking forward to watching it this year, but yeah, go Canada and go Christmas as well too there. So yeah, looking forward to that. The best World Junior team on the planet. There's no doubt about that, folks. Looking forward to that, even though the Americans did win the gold last year.
Yeah, it seems to be like something that we always take every year, but like,
yeah, but yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, we don't always have our best players going either, right? True. So they're all caught up in the NHL doing big boy things, not really stuck up in the World Juniors, but we are still the best. There's no doubt about that. Sorry to all my folks down south, but guys, let's hop into the lesson. Today we're going to be touching on the options wheel, all right? So let's get right into it. Things that we're going to be breaking down today. So just breaking down the options wheel, what cash secured puts are, covered calls, and then we can do kind of the poor man options wheel as well, poor man covered calls, all right? So using leaps. So then we'll go through stock selection and fundamentals, then the triple income strategy. We'll break it and put everything all together at that point, guys. All right, so let's get into it. So, as we all know, folks, the options wheel is fairly popular amongst options traders and investors. To understand the wheel first, you must understand the three basic components of the options wheel, all right? So as we get into this, you're going to see we have stocks or leaps. So a leap just being a longer dated expiration, usually a year or so out. And then we have 100 shares of stock. So that's the minimum that you would need in order to run this type of system. So a cash secured put It's just money when you are selling puts. You need that cash just in case you are going to be assigned, all right? So let's get into this a little bit more. Again, as I just mentioned, it also reduces cost basis on ownership of your. Yeah, for sure. We'll take a pause quick, and then we'll do an ad read, and then send it back to here.
All right, guys, this Christmas, give yourself the gift of smarter trading with trade ideas. Don't miss out on this 25% off all subscriptions, including upgrades to premium. You can unlock powerful trading tools and insights to take your strategies to the next level. But hurry, this special offer ends December 26th. Use code TRADERTV25 on the bottom right of your screen right there. TRADERTV25 at the checkout to save big. So visit trade-ideas.com today and make sure this holiday season is your most profitable yet. Joseph, I wouldn't complain about that.
Hey,
sorry to interrupt.
No, for sure. Anytime. Okay, guys, so the reason of cash secured puts, all right? So it also reduces the cost basis of ownership of your specific stock, so you'll be collecting premium before that assignment, all right? So then we have that covered call system. This is when we have been assigned the shares, and then we start selling calls against this, all right? So covered calls will also boost your overall return and mitigate unrealized losses. So if you're selling calls against those shares, then and you have unrealized gains, when you start selling those calls, that can kind of mitigate that off, and you can hold some of those unrealized gains with selling that options premium, guys. So hopefully that makes sense. Those are the three components of the options wheel. So we have stocks or leaps, then we have cash secured puts, and then we go to the covered call section of that part, all right, guys? So keep that in mind. So steps of the wheel. There are multiple steps required in order to execute the options wheel correctly. Do your research on an underlying asset that you would like to own for an extended period of time, not short term, but also not with the long term. Someone's saying no sound. Okay, love the wheel, but maybe it's just you. Yeah, Sumanel Patel, maybe just refresh.
No.
Or put something else on there. All right, so getting back into do your research on the underlying asset. We talked about Walmart before that you would like to own for an extended period of time. Not necessarily investing, but not short term either. All right, so keep that in mind. 2, once you've done your due diligence, scroll through your options chain and select a strike price you would like to own the underlying asset and a time frame in which you would like to possibly own. So typically 20 to 60 days until expiry, and this is what our cash secured put is setting up, all right? So when we scroll through our options chain, we have our cash on the sidelines. Now we're starting to sell puts on that underlying, on that expiration cycle, waiting to get assigned, all right? And if we don't get assigned, we'll touch on that as well too, okay? So 3, now you've selected your short put and are waiting for the price to come to you. Once you get assigned on your short put, you now own 100 shares of the underlying asset. You are not short. So remember, when you are selling a put synthetically, you are long. You have now been assigned. So now you are the proud owner of that stock, of that underlying 100 shares minimum, all right? So one contract equals 100 shares, all right? So, Seth, what delta is attractive to you? Okay, we'll touch on that later. Holding your long leg of stock. So now that we're in this position, you can now sell covered calls on that position. Collecting premium while the stock appreciates and or mitigating risk while the leg of stock picks its direction, okay? So now we've been assigned on the puts. We own these shares now, and now we want to start collecting some passive income and then possibly let go of these shares at a strike price that we want. We scroll up on our calls options chain on the call side, and then we start selling calls against that position, whatever you feel comfortable, and the same thing 20 to 60 days until expiry, all right? And we'll touch on a little bit, if you don't get assigned, perfect, you still own those shares, but you've also collected the premium as well too, okay? So, on to the next step. Once you get assigned from selling out the money calls, you now profit from the difference between your average stock price lag and the short call strike price, okay? So when we were selling our cash secured puts, we now get assigned at that cash secured put, at that short put strike price. We now hold those shares. We start selling calls against that. So say we own stock at $80, we're selling the $100. Now we can benefit from the difference between our average price and that short call strike price, okay? So keep that in mind. You are now liquid and hold cash after you've been assigned on those covered calls. You now repeat the same process on the underlying asset, or you continue to do your research and select another stock, all right? So hopefully these steps helped you, and then we're gonna go through an example of what it exactly looks like. So, the options wheel strategy. I know I was talking a lot, but now let's get a visual of how this looks, okay? So, we start here. This is us starting with that underlying asset we like. Okay, we like Tesla. We're going to start selling some cash secured puts against Tesla. So here we are. We sell those out the money cash secured puts. Do they expire worthless, or do you get assigned? So in this case, say we get assigned, cash secured puts in the money shares get assigned. We now own those shares. We're now at that stage here. Now we start selling out the money calls against that position. Eventually we get assigned, whether it be 20 days, 60 days, maybe you have to do it a couple times in order for you to get that strike price that you're looking for, or to sell them or offload those shares at a price that you are looking to offload them at as well. Okay, so now once those have expired or you're assigned, you are now back at the beginning of everything. So you're liquid again, and it's just an operating wheel, okay? So you do your due diligence. Hey, I want to own Tesla at said price. You have the cash on the sideline to own 100 shares. You sell cash secured puts at the strike price that you want to own those shares, okay? So I'm just gonna repeat the wheel over again. So we'll use an example where it doesn't work out. So we own those shares. We are selling calls, or sorry, we're selling out the money cash secured puts. We don't get the price that we want. We repeat the process again because we now collected premiums from those puts, so we can maybe buy a little more shares, and then we repeat. We get assigned on the puts. Now we have 100 shares. We start selling out the money calls against them. Okay, we don't get those shares assigned. We sell some more out the money calls. Eventually we get assigned on that front, and then we are back at the beginning, just profiting from the premium and the difference between our short put strike price and our short call strike price, guys. So hopefully that makes perfect sense to you guys. So now back to stock selection. Stick to boring stocks. Avoid highly volatile assets when you first start out, all right? Sector ETFs are really good choices. Keep that in mind, whether it be XLF, XLK, XLV, whatever is good for you. Technicals matter. Stick to strong trending companies. So like Walmart, as I mentioned before, Walmart is currently in a dip, a beautiful buying opportunity or a good time to sell some cash secured puts on that front. In a primary bull trend or consolidating with the potential of a move higher. And then more expensive the asset, the more capital required, obviously, okay? So buying cash secured puts with Tesla opposed to Walmart will cost you significantly more money there. There are good companies ranging in different prices. You don't always need to buy the $200 stocks, all right, folks? So that is the options wheel. If you have any questions, be sure to put them. Oh, no, we got a little bit more here. Fundamentals matter, all right, so we're going to touch on some fundamentals here real quick. Operating the options wheel, you don't want to select stocks with declining revenues and are continuously missing on Wall Street's estimates, such as EPS and revenue. That is really key point there as well. The depth you dive into the fundamentals is obviously subjective. Finding basic key fundamental metrics will help you with consistency, as I just mentioned there. Revenue, EPS, and forward outlooks are good to monitor as companies raise guidance. That is always good. Usually the street perceives that very well, and they appreciate the price. So using the PE ratio, forward PE can tell you whether the stock is priced accordingly compared to its peers and the overall market. So why is it called the triple income strategy? So income number one, you collect premium from the cash secured puts, okay? Pay you to buy shares you would like to own. Sounds pretty good to me. Income two, collect premium from selling the covered calls. I like that. Collect cash while your leg of stock appreciates and the covered calls does not close in the money. All right, income two. And then income three, collect cash when your covered calls get assigned and you sell your shares. All right, so this is why it is classified as the triple income strategy, folks. I like the options wheel. It is really good, and I know a lot of investors and traders use this. So putting everything all together, determine which stock or ETF trading vehicle you would like to operate the options wheel on. Do fundamental and technical due diligence. Sell cash secured puts. Wait to get assigned. Then start selling covered calls. Once your covered calls get assigned, repeat step one. And that is the options wheel, folks. Hopefully you took something from that. as I enjoy the options wheel too. So if you have any questions in the chat, be sure to put them in there and I will do my best to answer them. So thank you very much, Sharif. What do you got going on?
All right, man, let's talk about exactly what's going on over here. So this trade I'm really proud of. We take $1 on this trade on a $5 name on HOUR. We take it right at the volume weighted average price, 428, get out 525. Really happy with this trade. It is now halted to the upside, up 326%, halted at 610 right now. It blew off that top, that double top that we had at 582, like it didn't even matter over here. It didn't even stop. It really started squeezing. I don't even know what the short float is on this. Let me have a quick look. HOUR is a ticker I'm talking about. We got 1.29% of the 1.74 million shares. So everything's small. The float's small. The short float is small. So it looks as if this is really being pushed here with a small float. So keeping an eye on that. We're also in Rigetti, and we took out some tops there. $12 got broken on RGTI. So when it got broken, I liked my chances of this holding as a level of support. Look how much we dillied, we dallied, we whiffled, we waffled, all at that $12 area. So when you break that area, look for it to act to support when it does dip down. That's exactly what it did. Whether or not it continues above that 1228, an entirely different story. We're going to set up a beak wetter at 12 1/3 at 1233. We'll see if we can take out that level here. Now, the one that I'm not doing well on, let's call a spade, ABAT. This one's a problem. So I bought it a little high. I happen to like it at this 55, which is why I set up a dip trade at that 55 area. If 55 goes, I think that that's going to be the end of the trade for me. I've already set up my stop south of 50 just to give it a bit of room over here. But the downtrend is still very much intact. The only thing that I really have hope on right now is this area trough at 55s, 54s, wherever you're seeing it, actually holds up. So buyers step in like they did last time at around 11 o'clock when we started. And here we go, back to the high side. We're long 66s now. We're showing 64s. So we'll see what comes from this name. Many different small cap gappers today, all in vogue. They all been running. Whether or not they continue to the high side, we shall have to wait and see. So now that we did get that dip trade at 55s, it behooves me to set up some lower beak wetters, some profit takers, aside from the lofty ones we have at 82s and 88s over here. So we're going to set up at 74s to front run possibly any selling at the $0.75 area. So we'll do exactly just that. Let's set up over here, and we're going to sit at 74s. There we go. So we'll set up that bad boy. Keeping my eye still on Rigetti as it came back down into 15s. Didn't get the print at the third. Now, look, I've got a planned dollar cost average on Rigetti, and I wanted to put it in the high 90s to account for any, areas of illiquidity where buyers are not stepping in and defending $12. I thought, hey, that could be a money fill. In fact, it did that over here. Look at this candle, 1 minute candle at 11:16. It breached $12, albeit very quickly, and then shot right back up to make another new high. So I'm leaving some orders down there for some possible money fills on RGTI, but right back into the fifth of a dollar we go. We've been very respectful right now on RGTI. Of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, you had a double bottom breach over here, and lo and behold, look where it held up. Yeah, you guessed it. The 20 exponential moving average. I'm sure it was just a coincidence, of course, right? So we'll keep an eye out on the technicals today on RGTI, looking good. Another quantum computing name, by the way, in case you're wondering what's going on. It has some quantum computing, I guess. I don't want to say it's adjacent, but I did read that that's what they were involved in. So keep an eye on ABAT, looking for this to curl back off that 55s. We're still printless on this one. And then that's really it. We're Rigetti and ABAT. Now, back to HOUR. It's open. It was halted at, I believe, 633. Now, it just printed a new high of the day, 688. This is really going. This is becoming parabolic in its actions right now. So be careful trading this. On the other side of that, this is where you can make the most money, okay? When it trades like this, you just have to be really careful and selective where your entries are, okay? You can also get blown out very quickly in the same way that you can make a lot of money very quickly with these ones once they start moving like this. Look at the tape. Look at the tape teleportation, kind of it's zigging and zagging. It's all over the place. The spread tightens up because the liquidity is really coming in. So HOUR, Joseph, that's in focus, coming on $7.88 highs right now.
Hey, let's go. Yeah, I'm just watching high bid appreciate with a little grin on my face. So, yeah.
So sinister,
Yeah,
bro.
exactly. We
You got
love
that
it.
early Christmas present,
That's
huh?
it, baby. That's what we're here for. I was in some TSLA not too long ago. It stopped me out break even, but I should have got back in, but I guess I wasn't really paying attention. That's totally fine. But this thing's starting to really move here. And this market is fantastic the past couple of days, especially what happened last week too, or earlier in the week. It's just fantastic. So this is a nice recovery. Really ending the year off really well. So you can't really complain when the market moves like this, especially with Apple trading around almost $260. Shriek pointed out, is like, man, this thing's almost at, what is it, 4 trillion?
4 trillion,
yeah,
a trillion, another trillion, a trillion.
Yeah, Little Wayne there. But yeah, I mean, hey, I think around 265, 270 is when it's going to hit that $4 trillion market cap. So again, it's only a matter of time until this thing continues to move the way it is. And I mentioned we had all those inflows coming into the market, and sure enough, when people are buying ETFs and Apple being in pretty much every single ETF, it feels like that thing's going to continue to move with it as well too. So yeah, really good look on some of these mega cap tech stocks. SMCI is starting to pull back. Some really nice topping signals on this thing. Wish I took advantage of these here. That's a really, really nice topping signal here. And then that's even more confirmation. You can play the break of that candle, and sure enough, we give up about half that move that we put in earlier with that volume supporting that thesis as well too. So let's take a look. That's a really good look there. And I was going to take a look at MU for my good buddy out there. So let's take a look at MU. And I mentioned this before. You're buying that contract on heightened volatility, right? So you're paying an increased premium on that front. Now that volatility in the ATR is starting to condense and pull in, that volatility isn't as vast in this underlying asset. Now you're going to be just sitting on kind of this contract that isn't going to move or appreciate in the direction that you need it to because you paid that heightened volatility. And then you also have limited time because you bought 3DTE or something along those lines. So in order for you to get that $83 price target, you're going to need volatility to step in, but you don't have that much time, so just keep that in mind. But we'll talk a little bit more about stocks and what's going on in the overall market right after we get back from Adara.
Yeah, we didn't do money talks earlier, so we're going to do it now here because why not? DXY, we do have with that nice bottoming, I guess, a little bit of a rounded bottom here. Then we get that push to the upside. Now our second day to the upside in a row, finding nice support around that 107.5 level. We're just shy of 108, currently around that 107.95. And today, a bit of a lighter day for economic data. Some Richmond Fed data, and then we also are having the 5-year note auction coming through at 11:30 a.m., so stay tuned for that. But other than that, pretty light day, of course, because we do have that Christmas holiday coming up. But when we come back swinging. On Wednesday, we're going to be getting initial jobless claims bright and early at 8:30 a.m. Or sorry, Thursday we come back. Initial jobless claims bright and early at 8:30. Then on Friday, we're going to be getting retail inventories, advanced goods trades balance, and then also some natural gas data. So Thursday and Friday will definitely be making up for some of the lighter data that we had earlier this week. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Thank you, Adara.
Yeah, thank you, Adara, as always. Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot Fabian a quick message here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about Jeopardy. So I was trying to take tech for 2000 here. But
they've had a bunch of these like fun games
so
set up.
Throw them
like,
my way, man.
When are we gonna use them?
Yeah, we gotta see if we can get that ball rolling. But again, guys, yeah, continue to let us know what we're looking at. I like this Tesla for the long, and I also like IBIT too. I'm not going to chase it all the way up here. It's totally fine. That trend is long gone, up about 6% on the session. Fantastic. We'll take it. We were trading around 53 and change in the morning when I was looking, not 53,000, but $53 here on IBIT. So yeah, we'll take it here. Just under 99K here, $98,437 we are trading on Bitcoin, and we're holding these levels really well. I want to mention this as well too. I mentioned to Sharif multiple times, this is going to be a really key level, And sure enough, we are holding. We had the inability to break that 92 and that 90K benchmark. So now let's see what's going on. We put in some really consecutive strong selling days. Are we ready to rebound? I don't know. I think so, especially with what Michael Saylor is kind of have up his sleeve, Sharif. I know you might want to tell the people about that.
Oh, sure. God, yeah. So we mentioned it this morning, but here it is, Joseph. So he's looking to raise a hell of a lot of money. You can go to my screen over here. I kind of made notes on it this morning. So they've got a couple of different classes of shares. Nothing we don't know, right? Class A, preferred. Sometimes they have voting rights. Sometimes they have dividend rights. That's not the point of this conversation. The point is to tell you that they currently have an allotted amount of Class A shares that they can issue of 330 million. He wants to boost that to 10.3 billion. Now, with respect to the preferred class of stocks, he's currently allowed, based on his shelf file, I think the 2S or whatever, S2 or whatever they're calling it, 5 million. He wants to increase that to 1 billion. The whole purpose is to enable capital raising to buy more Bitcoin in the future. He has this plan called the 2121 plan, obviously based on the 21 million 21 million Bitcoins that will ever be produced. So he aims to plan 21 billion in equity financing, another 21 billion through fixed income securities. In other words, debt. So he's basically got, no plans of slowing down, no plans of stopping. So if you're involved in micro strategies, hold on. I don't think the volatility is going to get any less, but he's obviously doing real well. Whether you think he's doing the right thing or not by over leveraging, that's kind of beyond the point. Point is, this is what he's filing to do, and this is likely what's going to happen. So if you're in MicroStrategies, be made aware. But it's obviously good for Bitcoin. If he's buying more, clearly he's putting upward pressure, whether he's over leveraging himself or not. All right, back to ABAT over here. We're about 10 pennies in the money here, waiting for that beak wetter at 74s. It's a 1 penny spread, so you think it would cross. I got the beak wet there at 70. Looks like there is some selling coming in here. ABAT, definitely not as strong as its our cousin. Our a lot more parabolic, a lot able to kind of move quickly move aggressively, I should say, in a short time. ABAT not really displaying much of those characteristics. Looks like it's a more of an incremental move up here. So there, I thought we had the print there. No print yet. Now, back to HOUR. We have a double bottom now on the 5-minute chart at $5. So we have a double bottom on the 5-minute at $5. So I'm really considering picking some up here. We're already out of the position. We've been done the position, but there is a good amount of buying stepping in here at $5. It also happens to be real close to the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It's still well away from VWAP, which is already below 450. So about a buck south of where we're trading right now. So I'm keeping my eye on this one, really debating whether or not to get in. This one's obviously very volatile at the moment. Don't want to give back anything here and have it drop to 450 to VWAP on me and then I'll be out of the money quick as you like. So packing my patience, keeping an eye on that. Back to ABAT. Looks like we're double topping here at 75 or 74s. So looks like I wasn't as smart as I thought I was, trying to front run the $0.75 level by putting it at 74s. Now we've rejected 74 3 times on the 1-minute chart. So pack my patience to see if we're able to consistently put in those higher highs and higher lows. Shout out to Chill Vibes. Happy holidays. Can you check PLTR? Absolutely. I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas as well. Let's zoom in over here. And, wrong one. We're going to bring in the side chart and have a look at Palantir. I know the Katina Man was involved in this one earlier. Haven't had an eye on it since. PLTR, below VWAP now, 84.80 HOD, and it's been a symphony here of lower highs and lower lows ever since putting in that HOD at 80 pennies. Now trading at about 82 1/3. I don't like it here. I don't like it below VWAP. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Let's see if there's any area crests that we can base a dip trade off. There was this level from yesterday. What time was that? That's 8 a.m. So this is pre-market levels over here. It looks like we topped out at around 82 bucks. It looks like we already hit 82 bucks on this candle. We dipped down in 81.96. So we'll see if we'll hold up here. I personally would look for the pre-market high at around 81 bucks before I went long, but I'm not planning on going long on PLTR right now. So interesting look, 2% in the green, but well off the highs. But it is looking like it's finding maybe a bit of support here at $82. This is the area crest I'm talking about, 7:55, 8 a.m., 8:05, all from yesterday. So we're already another higher high, mind you, here on PLTR. So keeping my eye on ABAT as it works its way back, Joseph, into that $0.75 area. I should tell you guys, I'm at a Rigetti. This one broke $12, and it's putting in lower lows, lower highs. It doesn't really seem like it's changing trend. It's doing its best right now with $12, but possibly like it. Maybe, let's see here, on the 5-minute chart, possibly off the 20 exponential moving average, which is basically over here, 1193s. So really not all that far away from $12. So that is, yeah, well, look, it held up over here at the 20 exponential as well. So there is a precedent for that whole look. I don't know. I'm going to let Rigetti cook right now. I don't need to be into it too quickly. 1228 Joseph HOD.
Hey, beautiful stuff. Yeah, I popped into some Google here. Hold on one second. Just yeah, I'm in some Google here, folks. So let's see if we can bounce off a VWAP. I mean, the overall market has just been trending extremely well today. So I'm looking for any bounce off the volume weighted average price. And let's see if Google can do that, continuing to push higher, which is really nice. We're not too far off of those all-time highs. So I'm going to just see from a percentage metric what we're looking at, because we're pushing back into those levels. And I know someone in the chat, Jabril, says, hey, can we go back to that pre-Fed FOMC meeting levels today? And I said, probably not. That's quite a bit of ways to go. And then he's like, yeah, but the fact that you said probably is like, But I mean, so come power hour, I mean, anything can happen at this point and on this type of day. So I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, but we have time constraints, right? So we've got to definitely take that into consideration. If it goes back to those levels, that's absolutely fantastic. I'm not going to complain about that. And I don't think anybody in this room or anybody next to me is going to complain if that market goes back to those levels either. So let's see what can happen in the coming hour and a half or so. And if we do, that'll be fantastic for the market and extremely exciting and exhilarating for everybody. So looking forward to that. Let's see if we can come and touch these highs of days here on Google as well too. If not, then we get stopped out at break even at 195.20. I know someone in the chat asked us to take a look at Tesla. We can do that for sure. There's no doubt about that. As we continue to trade higher here, folks, a really strong opening 5-minute range. We can't complain about that. Either we have that really, really strong volume candle supporting this thesis. You play that 5-minute opening range break, and sure enough, you're off to the races with Tesla. We pull back here on lower volume, and then we hold the volume weighted average price as well to put an indecision candle right at VWAP, and then continue on that second leg higher. So the really nice price action on Tesla. Let's see if we can go and break this high a day as some volume steps in. We are kind of consolidating and moving eastward here on Tesla, but that's totally fine. We can accumulate some shares and then push higher, because I think it's only a matter of time until this thing has a 5 in front of it. Let's zoom out a little bit here, folks, and see what it looks like from a daily. Really recovering nicely off those bottoms. We had a bunch of indecision candles here at the lows, and this one might be a key moment here. Nice pivot here. Even though it's not overly isolated, Sharif, that could be a potential bottoming signal there. So I like that price action candle. Let's see where we open up coming Boxing Day, and if we open up above that range at that 560-ish level, I do think that we can push for 500. And I mentioned it's only a matter of time until we hit 500 on Tesla, brother. What do you got, Corey?
Yeah, I agree, bro. I agree. I mean, like, when we hit 469, I thought that was like, okay, next stop, $500. But yeah, I guess it can't always go in a straight line.
You can't just go parabolic all the time, unfortunately.
Absolutely. So let's have a look at the MEG, because I haven't even looked at the MEG. I'm sorry, I haven't even put in the tickers, so we're going to weasel them in right now. Meta, look, I mean, it's up 1%, but looking, like it's just hanging out that 605, not as trendy. It had a nice V-shaped recovery off $600. Amazon looks awfully bull flaggish over here. Great look for AMZN. Looking to break that 228. Apple off the highs at 258. But I guess we'll talk more about these megs when we get back from Madeira.
I'm seeing some reports here. Keep an eye on TSLA. OpenAI reportedly exploring humanoid robotics with a renewed focus. Apparently, some of the things they're considering developing here include a two-legged robot to navigate human environments. So their priority does remain on their AI models and their software automation tools. This is key because we know Tesla has their Optimus robot, which they were showing off at their 1010 event for the Cybercab or the Robotaxi. So keep an eye on TSLA here. OpenAI apparently maybe going to step on their turf with some of this humanoid robot development. Back to you.
Yeah, I'd love to know more about this. Here's the article. So I'm gonna have a read through this. Obviously, it's gonna be really interesting to see how they all. It's tough, Joseph. We've seen Boston. What is it called? Boston Robotics.
Yeah, Boston. I think so. Yeah.
Boston
Is it Boston Scientifics or something?
Boston, something like that. I've seen their robot looks fantastic, but that's more of a mechanical thing. The software side of it, super important as well. Like, I mean, if the robot doesn't have a brain off which to become like more human-like, that was really the point. It's great. It's great to look at. Great science experiment. But yeah, I'm looking for that guy that's going to do my laundry, that I can bully. Right? Oh yeah, I'm gonna bully the hell out of this thing. Well, I don't know if that'd be a good idea.
No, yeah, because what
when
if
the
it turns
machines
on you?
rise
Well,
up.
yeah, exactly.
When the machines rise up.
So you're already in trouble. Like before it hasn't even started. Your house spot already doesn't like you.
It already doesn't like me, bro.
I'm gonna treat mine nice. So yeah.
Boston Dynamics says Somani Beats. Thank you very much. Boston Cream. Get out of here, top VIP. Boston Chicken. This guy's trolling us. Yeah, but I get your point.
Boston Chicken.
I know, right? I don't even know what that is.
What does that
Is that a
mean?
store?
I don't know.
Okay.
Is chicken even good in Boston? I thought you guys were more for like the pizzas and stuff like that. We don't know.
Joseph.
'Cause you guys got Dave Portnoy out over there.
Yeah, I know. He's all about his pizza.
He's all about
He's
the
all-
pizza review, guys.
one bite. Everybody knows the rules.
But it's literally like a slice or two.
I don't know, man.
And it's subjective, man. I love it. You can't just go with the cheese slice every time. But I
It's
agree
the
with
same thing, eh?
Yeah, same thing. Everything. Well, you gotta
Standardize it.
It's like the playmaker pool, right? We gotta keep it the same all the time, right? Just you got a level playing field on that front. So.
Mr. Longshorts, wow, Sharif is going to be patient zero for who AI hates. Yes, I know. Don't be a bully, Sheriff, says Ryan. I know. But look, man, we're not bullying people over here. We're bullying robots. Jameson, your robot will feed you antifreeze soup? No, I don't want to eat antifreeze soup.
Free soup? That's wild.
Yeah. I watch a lot of Forensic Files. I know you're about that life, Adara. I know you're about that life. And one of the component in the antifreeze, I forget what it was called. It was like always used, for malicious purposes.
Yeah.
Malicious purposes, right? We're just gonna leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that there.
All right.
We'll leave it at that.
All right, guys, we're back into HOUR. Look, I like to defend a 5. Here we go again. We're above that level. I'm waiting at around the $0.50 to wet my beak. Here comes the tape again. It looks like there's a seller of note at 45s. We're long 25s right now. We don't have too many shares, so I don't want to take it out here. Let's see if we can get this squeeze and bang. There we go. Now, can we get a little bit higher? I'm waiting at 62s or so. What's up, Andre? Oh, do we want to compete? I'm trading, so I'm going to have to focus on that. You guys can compete. Maybe one of the big kahunas or Adara. I don't know, but I'm trading. I can't just jump into Jeopardy when I'm trading. Like it's a bit tough, right? So maybe when I get out of these positions, hopefully we'll do that. Here we go. We're out of 2/3 of position here on HOUR. We're long 25s. I'm going to wait at 6 now, so we're going to head out 599s, which I don't even really like because I think this one can squeeze a little bit higher on HOUR. There goes 80s. Here come 88s. I'm waiting in front of 6. Looks like we're going to go unfilled right now on this, but good movement today on HOUR. Good direction, good predictability in terms of price entries. That $5 holdup was money. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to see people were buying it up at $5. So that's what I'm looking at right now. HOUR. We got a couple of prints over here on ABAT, but this one's starting to annoy me because it's putting in higher lows, but not necessarily aggressively higher highs. It looks like we are having trouble with that $0.75 area right now on ABAT, Joseph. So a bit of a tough one here. I'm going to have to pack my patience whether I've layered my order or not.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk about, I heard someone else mention this either. It looks like the Santa Claus rally kind of skipped out on the Chinese ADRs here. Which is really unfortunate for that because these things are getting absolutely banged up. So BABA, PDD, I was looking at. So the rallies totally skipped out on the ADRs. They wanted no part of that. So again, really tough look on these fronts, guys, with a massive gap downs, moving polar opposite to the market. So something that you would want to avoid unless you are going the reverse long here, right? So avoid these ADRs. Even I would say outside of kind of the Santa Claus rally, because they get that stimulus kind of catalyst stepping in. Then the street doesn't. They like it. The street doesn't like it. A lot of gap ups and gap downs as well too. So really tough look on the ADRs. There's no doubt about that, folks. Definitely won't be looking to participate in those. So yeah, continue to let me know what. Yeah, exactly. So let me know what you guys are looking at in the chat, and we will talk about this. We're just sitting here in some Google. Not too much going on. Let's see. I should actually have this on. Sorry, folks. And let's see, kind of, it's a balance right now, just chopping around. We only about have an hour and 15 minutes left in this session, so expect that volume to kind of start dwindling off unless we go for that rally. And as someone mentioned in the chat, do we go to that opening price of where that FOMC day was? Who knows? We got an hour and 15 minutes. Time will tell, but we're going to need the volume to step in. We're going to need some of these mega cap tech stocks to bounce off the volume weighted average price. We have Apple making all-time highs continuously. You know my thesis and where I stand on this thing, all right? I like Apple, even though it is the smallest holding in my LT.
Apple?
But it's my smallest holding. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right though. We got everything else that we need to be involved in. So we're
case in point, IBIT.
Yeah, IBIT, Tesla, and Google, right? So that's
it. Holding IBIT.
We're holding, man. We're having a good time on that, especially after the recovery. I kind of wasn't expecting it today, but I'll take it at any given moment. So happy to see that, guys. We got Meta here as well too, putting in a half decent day. We can't complain. Opening up around $603. Can't overly complain on what Apple's been putting in. Let's take a look at Google, even though we did already. And I mentioned that we're not too far off the all-time highs there. And we'll take one more look at Amazon before we send it off to Sharif, because Google is starting to pull back a little bit here. So I mentioned if we do breach the VWAP on Google, I'm going to punch out of the trade, and that's it. So, okay, guys, let's see what we're sitting at on Amazon. About 1.7% off those all-time highs. A beautiful recovery in the market, Sharif. You cannot complain about that whatsoever.
Absolutely not, man. And I didn't think Bitcoin was going to run today, but clearly it's running. And look, I added a little bit yesterday on IBIT. Obviously, I'm you know how I kind of roll. I add little by little. I like I was talking to my old man about this yesterday, and he was like asking me, he's like, well, why are you not fully into the position? And so I found myself having to explain why I'm not in 100% at a particular level. I need reaffirmation, or I need confirmation, I should say, that my thesis, my hypothesis is holding out, is being proved true. So if I get in, let's just say, I'm not going to say what my entry level price on Apple was, but my entry. No, I'm not.
I thought you were talking about IBIT there. Sorry.
No. So like my entry on Apple, I wasn't at a full position. I needed to see, is Apple going to hold this level? It did hold that level once, twice, 3 times. Okay, so it seems like there's buying there. We're going to add a little bit more, and I'll add incrementally. Obviously, by design, I never have the best price. That's okay with me. That's the trade-off I get for proving, or for waiting for the proof, I should say, that your thesis is true. And so that's kind of just, the way I go about things, and, that's more risk-averse. I get that than some other people like to trade, but that's just the way that I do things, and it's worked out decent for me. So, I'm going to continue to do that. I'm not really going to change that modus operandi. So that's my look right now. All out of HOURs. It did come back into that 5.25. If it comes back into 5, I'm going to get back in, assuming that I see the same thing that I saw prior. Now, ABAT, we're about 10 pennies in the money on this one. The higher lows are still holding up, but that flat top at the $0.75, still unable to breach that. But what I do like is obviously the higher lows. We know what this pattern is. Incrementally higher lows, higher lows, higher lows with that resistance top usually means a flat top break or a squeeze of some sort as buyers become more exuberant on every successive trough. Or that's kind of how I see things right now on ABAT. RGTI, big boy drop. So initially gave you that 12 drop and pop. but you didn't get that. You didn't get on the second time, and that's what forced me out of that trade. It is now dipping down below the 10. It is below the 20. There's a couple of different price action support levels over here. I like possibly 11 2/3. There is some support there. You have the double bottom at around 1050 and 1055 that held up there. Sure, that's one level you can look at. The other level I'm looking at just a little bit below that 50 penny level, $11.50. I'm looking at VWAP. Currently VWAP 1143 right now. So we'll see if Rigetti comes back into that level, and we'll still on the show. We only have 12 minutes, believe it or not, left on the show. That was the quickest time I think I've ever done the show. But yeah, it feels like it, Joseph. So
we had the lesson too.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
You know what I mean?
So I'm keeping my eye on Rigetti. If Rigetti's going to drop into VWAP, you know, I'm likely going to be a buyer in and around there. But for now, we're going to have to.
We have a guest.
Oh.
The man himself. Oh,
He's the mean one.
Oh, is he?
Mr.
We can't even. We can't even call him that, man.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's
so. Yeah, this is what our boy got us.
Show what it's called, bro.
Yeah, don't poke the bear. Wow.
You always say that.
Wow.
Dude.
Do I?
Isn't that? Yeah. You're like you poked the bear.
I don't think I do.
I've heard you say that.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
I think it's don't milk a stone.
No, you said it about me one time.
Don't poke the bear. Yeah, don't poke the bear is right, guys. And today you do not want to poke the bear in the stock market, all right? Because you will not have a good time. There's no doubt about that.
But I just want to say one thing about Obi, bro.
Yeah.
Obi's a class act. Like he literally is like one of the most class act individuals.
He's a genuine individual.
And it's not just because he dropped a present on our table.
No.
It's that everyday habitual attitude of coming in with a positivity. Obi's an OG.
And the work ethic is almost borderline unmatched there too. He's usually one of the first guys in here and last ones to leave. So those are the type of individuals you want on your team.
Start drinking.
Who said
Anonymous.
That?
He's like, yo, time to start drinking.
Yeah.
Vivid distortion. Yes, I do. I have Invisalign. They're not actually braces. They're Invisalign. Hopefully, this is the third last week. So I put them in yesterday. Hopefully, they're all done after that. And then we're going to get some cosmetics done up in this grill after that. Just had to get everything done properly.
Are you going to get diamonds on?
No, bro. Not like, wow.
You get the diamond front there.
Proper veneers, but my cousin who's doing this, he's like, yo, don't do the veneers when the teeth are misaligned. Because then I'm going to have to drill.
Is that what you're doing, veneers? Wow.
Yeah. Like just the lateral incisors. That's it.
All right, I see. Yeah. Or you can go my route, play hockey, get them knocked out, and then you can get new ones.
There you go, bro. There you go. I mean, I could do that. Why not? It sounds easier.
Yeah,
I don't have any of them.
I have two studs, a bridge here, and then another one here. Wow.
Ram, bro. See, Adara, you heard that, right? Adara, you heard that. When I file what's it called? A hostile work environment suit, I'm going to subpoena you, Adara.
Subpoena, yeah. I know. Gerald Fitz, why would you think I'm from Winnipeg? I don't know. Why would...
That's Adara, bro.
Yeah, that's
Adara's from Winnipeg.
Why would you think I'm from Winnipeg? Toronto, born and raised.
Yo, Ram. Okay, for everybody who didn't hear, for anybody who didn't hear, Ram just offered to punch me in the face, drop my teeth, so that I can, claim it through insurance and not have to pay for the cosmetic side of it. She's so kind. She's always thinking of others, Joseph.
Yeah.
Looking to do kind things around the holiday season.
Yeah, Mike Davis. What do you mean hockey with dreadlocks? Still, I would still dance around you, whether if I had no dreadlocks or not. So it doesn't even matter what I have on. I'd still skate circles around you. There's no doubt about that. So
my man can skate.
Yeah,
we've seen him. We've seen him drop.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Come on, man. Dreadlocks, it doesn't matter.
I love it.
Whatever. Yeah.
All right, guys, what do you guys got? Anything? Jameson saying Palantir 81. We were talking about Palantir a little bit earlier. Let's have a look to see what it is up to right now. PLTR, obviously a dang rocket ship as of late. Here we go. It is breaching that level that we talked about yesterday's. Well, it's coming right into it, actually. This $82 level, it's a skosh below it right now, 81.82. It just breached 82. It could be on the way. What I was thinking, 81. That was the pre-market consolidation area top. So if it holds up there, fantastic. 81 is the LOD. By extension, yesterday's closing print, another area that we need to earmark mark for possible support a little bit below 80 3/4. It looks like it was at 80.70 or so on PLTR. That is the ticker I'm talking about right now. Sorry for not throwing up the ticker there. So Palantir well off the highs, 84.80. I'm assuming that is an all-time high again. Yeah, it is another all-time high with that 84.80. Obviously, Alex Karp doing his best cross-country ski, and then wishing everybody a Merry Christmas. So it looks like he's out there in Europe. Chill vibe, Sharif. Early close. I'm the market. Market might start selling. People taking profits for Christmas, possibly, my man, possibly. Usually these days are quite volatile, but they they end pretty quickly. What else we got over here? Gatorman, Sharif, did you miss that 7% on APLD? I have not looked at APLD today. Applied Digital. What do we got up in this one? Yeah, decent move today. It's not the biggest parabolic mover. We've got Hour, we've got ABAT. I was in Rigetti as well. This one's decent. It's trading near highs. He's talking about APLD. Here's the ticker. Here's the chart for APLD trading near those highs, looking awfully bull flaggish, Gatorman, with that kind of consolidation area right now between 850 and 8 2/3. I'll keep that on the side chart. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. What else we got over here? Top VOIP, Sharif. Can you look at RVPH small cap right up your alley? Absolutely, sir. Let's have a look at that RVPH. Okay, so the volume on this one, 3.16 million on a $1 and change name. It's not really my cup of tea. Let's have a look at the 5-minute. Okay, great bounce off that 170 area right around VWAP. I like that, but you're going to have to size in substantially into something like this in order to make any money because you're not getting that much of a move, price-wise that is, but it's a good look, good predictability in the sense that you're putting in incrementally higher lows. Let's zoom out a little bit to see where we could encounter some resistance. Okay, so we haven't been up at this level since, I believe, the 16th. So maybe around that $2, it looks like there was some consolidation there for a few hours at $2. So I would be wetting my beak if I were you in front of that $2, but who knows? What else we got over here? Ruben, Sheriff, can we call you what? Mustache? You can call me whatever you want as long as Streamlabs and Bears versus Bulls doesn't time you out. And you know.
Why did you say Sheriff? Like,
because he spelled it wrong.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was like, have we been saying your name wrong the whole time?
Amma Hamada. Sharif sold a put. Okay, this is for you, bro. Sold a put on Zim last week. Got shares. Okay. Monday, 11%. Today, +5. Sold a covered call on it. Joseph, I got to throw that one in you. Yeah. Amma Hamada.
Okay, hold on. Emma Hamada sold a put on Zim last week. Got the shares Monday, +11%, +5%. Sold the cover call. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, good work there. So essentially just running the wheel. We just went over that. So you sold a put. Yeah, sold a put on Zim. So again, having that cash secured put. Perfect example. Got the shares on Monday, +11% today, and then +5% today, then sold the cover call on it. So they're just running. The lesson that we just did, that was the options wheel from Amma Hamada. There you go. That she just pretty much explained what the options wheel she kind of executed herself. So nice work there. I'm glad that worked out for you, and continue to sell those calls against those positions until you sell those shares at a strike price that you would like to. That's definitely really good look there. Yeah, we're getting a little bounce here on Google. We've seen selling step in a little bit here on the SPY, Sharif.
Okay.
Sheriff. But
is that the first time you heard it? Bro, I got so many nicknames.
Sheriff,
Sharif, the Beef.
The Beef.
There's other ones that you can't say on YouTube without getting sanctioned.
Yeah, so with the stash and stuff?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you off camera.
All right, we'll talk about that a little off camera here. But yeah, guys.
Let me tell you, people were bullying.
Yeah.
Like, this is before, bullying was, kind of shunned and stuff like that. Man, bullying was in full effect when I was growing up.
I'll tell you.
If you came looking any different,
yeah.
Wow, kids are excellent picking up at.
Kids are mean. And I can tell you that firsthandly because,
baby.
Yeah, even like Call of Duty back in the day, Call of Duty, when you hopped into that chat back in the early 2000s, like 2010, whatever, 15. Yeah, Call of Duty. Those game chats were war zones in itself. the obscenities said in those chats are absolutely crazy.
So
but
dope.
yeah, guys, we only got a couple minutes left here. A nice engulfing candle here on the SPY, but we decided that we wanted to hold this consolidation range and then possibly go and test. If we have a failed new high here, wait for it to chop around a little bit. Again, we only have an hour left in the day, folks. So some profit taking is totally justifiable. We're not going to get too uptight about that at all, especially with this monstrous run that we put in the earlier hours of the day, brother.
Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Favorite first-person shooter game?
Call of Duty.
That's it, eh?
Yeah, Call of Duty. Yeah, big Call of Duty.
Neil's not on camera, obviously, right now, so I'm looking over to Neil. Neil, favorite first-person shooter game? That's a tough one. Say that, Brett. Get Brett goes? Pawn? I don't even know what Pawn is, guys.
This guy said Pong.
Pong.
That's
Pong,
crazy.
like
It's
ping pong.
No, like Pong.
Doom. Neil says Doom.
Doom?
Okay, that would be like 2 or 3 for me.
I was gonna say like 007 GoldenEye. 007 GoldenEye is the original kind.
That's not a bad one. That's not a bad. That's a good one. That was Pierce Brosnan.
Pierce Brosnan.
Here's me. Duke Nukem 3D.
Okay.
Duke Nukem 3D.
That's crazy.
Wolfenstein. You gotta be an OG to know Wolfenstein.
I have no idea
like
what that
the
is.
remake.
All right.
And then I'm gonna go Doom.
Doom.
So again, Duke Nukem 3D, Neil. Wolfenstein. And what's it called? And Doom. I gotta go with Doom.
Like, what
Doom
system is Wolfenstein even played on?
486, okay?
What is 486?
You don't need to know what 486 is. It precedes the Pentium Intel processor. That's how old it is, Joseph. If you had Windows 3.1 or 3.11, you had a 486.
So is this AOL dial-up era still?
A little before that.
Before AOL dial-up. Jeez, oh my days.
Where are my old heads in the chat? Does anybody know what I'm talking about
You're getting
right now? Who knows
man.
what a 486 computer is?
Yeah, that's wild.
Good times, good times, good times.
That's
Yes,
wild,
I'm loving the comment. Bring in the comments.
Oh,
baby.
Halo's a good
Dunk
one too. Yeah, Halo's a good one. Old PC, yeah, Halo.
Do you ever play Atari? Original Atari?
No, man.
Pole position, baby. Pole position.
I played
original
Duck
Atari.
Hunter though.
Duck Hunter was
Yeah,
sick.
Duck Hunter.
Nintendo?
Yeah,
The
Nintendo.
gun?
Yeah, Duck Hunter was a good game. Yeah.
Did you used to throw the controller and stuff like that too?
No, I never did that. The worst I ever did was kick a hole in my wall playing Madden.
Well, yeah, that's
Yeah, had to call my grandpa after say I kicked a hole in the wall.
It was always tough explaining what happened. Why is the system broken?
Yeah,
Why is there a dent in the TV? You don't have to worry about it, okay?
No,
it was there.
Yeah,
It was there.
I was a hole in the wall type guy, and I only did it once. And that was it. So
Joseph Birch Music. Commodore 64, dude, that was my first computer. I still know how to load up games. I still know the entry process.
That's crazy.
Okay, Boomer, I have a Boomer. Technically a millennial, but we'll go with Boomer. It's all good there. But no, man, that was the best computer system ever, Commodore 64, and it was built in. It was a Commodore 64 with the Commodore 128, and it kind of had like a hybrid system, and they were all like actual floppy disk, 5 and a 3/4 inch. What was it called? 5 1/4, 5 3/4, something like that. Not the small one, bro. The big floppy disk, that one that's actually floppy.
Insane.
Oh, bro, there we go.
Yeah, wow, yeah. I mean, hey.
I'm just loving the
That's
comments
wild.
for people that we never see comment, man. I love that.
AOL.
Keep chiming it in, baby.
Remember AOL though? You could only use the internet or the phone. You couldn't use the phone, only the internet. Yeah, it's it's like what?
Oh man, good times, baby, good times.
Good times,
I like
guys.
this guy's name, Eagle Talon. Yes, that was one of my favorite cars growing up because it had a turbo. When cars back then didn't have turbos, and I remember they were basing it off the Mitsubishi Eclipse. I think it was like a licensing deal that Eagle, which used to be obviously owned by Dodge and Chrysler and Plymouth and that whole thing.
Well, I know if I ever feel old again, I just talk to you about some video
anytime,
games.
bro. I'm here for anybody. I'm here for anybody. I'm here for another. We're done the show, Joseph.
Yeah,
it's 12 o'clock. Nobody
done,
told us.
man. No,
All right, guys. It's been real. I hope everybody has a fantastic Christmas. Happy Hanukkah as well, and happy holidays for those who don't celebrate. We love y'all, and
Stay
we will
safe,
see you guys.
Don't drink and drive.
Yeah, please don't drink and drive. You can drink, but just don't drive. All right, guys.
Uber.
We're sending you over the Big Kahunas. Take care, guys. Merry Christmas.
Uber.
Yeah, don't.
Welcome, everybody. Yeah, definitely don't drink and drive. Why? Because you can send shares of Uber higher
Don't want to drink it.
by using an Uber. And I love the discussion there. Like, everything he was talking about just reminded me of, I'm old enough to remember when a trip to Radio Shack was an exciting thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
People feel
saying? Like that was back in the day, and it's a lot of fun to reminisce. The best thing about the holidays is you start to remember, like as a kid, you know, sort of what were your fondest memories. And I know it was always pretty cool, like when sometimes your parents would take you. Like I was never getting something for my older brother when I was really young, but like we'd go to the mall, and I'd be like with my dad, and I'd get to be shopping for my older brother.
Yep.
And like he's a nerd, is probably a bigger nerd than I am, and you'd go into Radio Shack and pick out something, and you'd feel like you were giving a gift, even though like my dad was paying for it because I didn't have Jack. But yeah, like it's fond memories, man. I love it. And the market isn't doing a whole lot, so I don't know. Like volume's pretty low. I think it's foolish for anybody to overtrade. There is something worth watching here. We'll have a little bit of a Bitcoin 100,000 watch party. It's an outside chance, but it's still creeping. We're 98 half here. So it's certainly possible that you could get like a Santa Claus rally into 100,000 Bitcoin. I mean, the NASDAQ got to 22,000 almost clean here. There's the ES, but like we almost got to 22,000 clean with a little bit of a pullback. So overall, it's been a fantastic day. Like as far as I'm concerned, it's about as bullish as you're going to get. I'm not in any positions left at this point. Like almost everything I was looking at pulled back. But yeah, let's have a little bit of fun this afternoon. Take it easy. Don't overtrade. If you were long this morning, you should have probably had a pretty good day this morning. And that's what it's all about here. So let's have a little bit of fun. That 100,000, it bears watching, but it's been resistance for a hot minute, everybody. So maybe Bitcoin is going to give us a bit of a Christmas present.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, look, we just got out of Palantir right here. We tried to buy that 82. This is our very, very last trade that we had made, and we got long there at 82. Got some out at 82.30s. 82 had changed, and when we finally broke it, we got out. Normally I'll wait for that spot there. Like it only went down a quarter. Like it didn't go down that much, but Palantir does break the backs. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to our last little hour before the holidays officially start. And then we get one day off and come right back. So we'll be back there on the 26th, of course. So, hey, look, if there's any questions, I think we're going to have to try to have something a little bit of fun here on the afternoon show. So if there's any questions, comments, or anything like that, hit us up. So Uber is just hitting here on a scanner, but it's not. Now that I see what it's doing, it's just because it's bouncing here off VWAP. So 61.50. It's just telling me that it's kind of close to VWAP right here. And so, yeah, not much happening, but Uber right now looking like it may want to be that play to the downside here, down 0.5% with the market up 1%. So definitely something to look for there. But that's that's going to be a little bit of a play. And then if there's any other names, maybe we'll have to look at some more movers, right? Like that RGTI that we brought to you guys this morning when we talked to you guys. But yeah, more quantum names. I still like Apple. Apple at all-time highs there, 257, 258 and going. So yeah, lots to talk about here this afternoon.
Okay, I just realized I got to make sure I am in the right.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I'll open it up. There, that's better. I had both of them open. And I just realized I was about to respond in the wrong one. So you've got a lot of things running. Sean was just talking about like runners and movers. So I'd be remiss not to point out that AVGR, Avengers Assemble. You try to do what you can. I cannot wait till my daughter wants to actually watch the Avengers movie so I can go through the entire thing with her. That'd be a lot of fun. But I'll halt on AVGR, 158. Sorry, TAP is 157. It closed at 157. It was just 158. This is multiple halts. It's just trying to get back into VWAP. So there's a few things trying to go. I thought there was maybe a chance, and we talked about this earlier this morning, that maybe GameStop would be on the way for a late break, and maybe you get a squeeze play through that 32 quarter. Well, it's volume dead at VWAP, going sideways. So maybe there's something else there. Universal Codes is saying maybe look at Palantir. I think you just mentioned it, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's a there for lack of a better term. Like it was a breakout trade. It was a not hold of VWAP. Merry Christmas, Sharif. and now you're right back. I mean, at least you're over the breakout, you're over resistance from yesterday, so maybe it's a mean revert, but volume continuing to taper off there. I feel like if you trade something, I'd rather be looking at like a parabolic mover that has a chance to really do something. Otherwise, in this low volume environment with 15 minutes to go, like treat it like power hour, but then also holiday volume. Like you want something that's going to have a little bit of juice to it. So if you see something else that's moving, I know AVGO was a strong one, but I just heard in my ear another small cap. I think it was a halt on Bree, if that's how you pronounce it. BREA. I don't know the name of the company. This one I don't like necessarily for the obvious reason. Like, yeah, it's going, but if you can't stay open more than a minute or two, it doesn't tend trading very well. But yeah, this is another halter. Maybe it's going to do some power moves. BREA. Keep them coming because it seems like a lot of them. Bizarre AI saying Hour was one. I know that was a Sharif name. Yeah, this could be something. Off of VWAP, the $5 level. This could be worth watching. 88 million shares worth of volume versus that BREA had what, like one or two, a couple million shares in volume. I think this is going to be a little more liquid. If it can hold on to the 5 level, maybe there's a trade in there on Hour. Still putting in some higher lows as we speak. Yeah, this one might be worth a watch.
Dara?
So here's some details for that BREA. The company's name is Brera Holdings. And around 11:30, it's interesting, we didn't really get much volume until right now. Around 11:30 here, they announced that they have the 3-step plan to acquire a 52% stake in Serie B club Eustabia. Basically, they're going to be integrating it into this multi-club model to drive value creation. Either way, they expect the initial 22% of their total 52% stake to be acquired by December 31st, 2024. And they're looking for majority control of the company by March 2025. So BREA acquiring a company here. Again, though, interesting, we did not really get that volume until pretty recently. Only about 4.6 million shares traded on this so far, of a total float of 4.52 million shares. Market cap at 12.25 mil. Float here of 3.5%. Back to you guys.
Yeah, 3 small name there. And obviously, be careful. You always want there to be liquidity in what you're trading. And especially on a day like today, like I think the last thing you want is get caught like in the wrong direction in a squeeze. Or just like in something where there wasn't an upside to what you might have as a downside part of the trade. Well, yeah, we were looking at a few things that are trying to move here. I see a few people said like Hour saved their day. Yeah, I mean, it was the stock of the hour this morning. Like, it's a very good trend. It's holding VWAP. I think there's a lot of places you could have gone for strength. But, don't forget, like, you pick a chip name with maybe don't pick AMD. So pick a chip name that's not AMD, and I think you would have done really well this morning as well. With an AMD or Broadcom, I should say. AVGO, and we were singing a lot of praises for this stock this morning. What was it? Batman, right?
Yeah.
So the new, I don't know who made this up, so if you think it's lame, don't at me. It's just on social media. Okay. The new, instead of Mag 7, it's now 8, and you add an AVGO and you Broadcom, and you call them Batman. Great. I like Broadcom. But it dumped right away, just like AMD. It dumped off the open. Sometimes this happens when you get a strong push up the last couple of days. But here's the difference. This is trending back up after that dump, and it's up 3%. AMD dumped, I would argue, a little bit worse, and it's underneath yesterday's high and now barcoding underneath. So and I'm going to go over this on AMD. And I know I show this channel trade on AMD a lot, but the reason being, when the stock is in a move like this, and it's not going to happen today, so don't even worry about it. But certainly later this week, into the new year, at some point, if this can close above this downward channel, which here's the close above, and it gives you this potential breakout, but then it doesn't follow through. So it gives you the distinct close above, and then cannot break that prior high. You want that consolidating above the trend line, then breaking out above the trend line. If AMD can do that, I think we see a move to the 200 period, and then that's a good swing opportunity. But otherwise, let AMD do what it's been doing, which is when it gets to the top, look for shorts. When it gets to the bottom of the channel, look for longs. And why not? I think you can do that until it breaks out of this channel. And if you've been doing it, I think the scalps have been pretty easy. Like the last couple of days were good longs because it was bouncing off the bottom of the channel. And then today probably should have been a short, but we were bullish to the long side on AMD, which I think was the right thing to do. Mike Davis, AVGO, and then Netflix are in litigations.
Ooh.
Well, I know what the other thing Netflix is in. My Good Books.
Yes, I'm liking Netflix.
That's where it is. There's a new good show called
what is it?
Black Doves. It's with Bennett Like Beckham, Keira Knightley.
Ooh.
It's like a spy show, really good. It's got the guy that played Q, the young Q in the new James Bonds, and then Keira Knightley. Yeah, so if you're into like British spy kind of stuff, yeah, it's pretty good. We'll watch it, and my wife liked it as well. So yeah, why not? And Netflix is at triple top all-time highs. I'll take that.
Why not?
All-time highs are good. We like them.
All right. For sure. Some of you guys talking about some names. I mean, so Rigetti right now is at VWAP. So I think that this, if you are in this name and you're thinking about it right now with only 45 minutes to go, there will still be the imbalances that will come through, but not until 12:45 or 12:50, sorry. So that will come through, but we still have New York imbalances to look at. And some of these ones from NASDAQ don't mean anything because they're just, left over. So we'll have to just try to focus on the ones that say BRKR. And right now, there's not much on there. I'm not expecting a whole heck of a lot. But if you're still in Rigetti, this is not a horrible spot right now. Coming back into VWAP, if you like the stock, you like the stock. And this one right here isn't horrible for where we're looking at right now for RGTI. Looks like it does want to fade out into that spot there for VWAP. So just a quick little look there at Rigetti. Could be a spot there to look at moving forward. I was just trying to see about NVIDIA because NVIDIA is coming down into 140 as well. We just bounced off that level. We went long on Palantir instead of NVIDIA. Looks like NVIDIA would have been the one to do that with as it's apparently holding right now. So that's going to be, again, a level to look at for NVIDIA. But that RGTI, only because that just came in. So right here at VWAP off of these levels, this is not looking that bad. Someone in the chat said BTCT as well if Bitcoin gets going. Now 99,000. We'll have a quick look at that. We've talked about, I spoke to you guys earlier on in the day about where I thought Bitcoin could go. And it's when we talked about it breaking, again, that 96 right off the jump. And, again, in missed trade opportunity of the day, again, was right there, taking out that high. There it is, 96.3. So we had said that as soon as we broke through the 50-period moving average, the 200-period moving average right there, it would be something that we'd want to look at. So we did that with Bitcoin, but there it goes, right into these highs again. So could we bounce off 100? Yeah. I mean, we most recently bought a couple of days ago. We talked about this one. We bought two things on Fed Day. We bought diamonds at the end of the day, which is the Dow Jones 30, and then we also bought Bitcoin, which filled us that night as we were sleeping at 94 change. So right now, good trade back up to 99,000. There goes Bitcoin. If that does take 100, then yeah, I think you makes plays like HUD 8, makes plays like this BTCT. And look, there goes Rigetti again. Not that anybody had it, but we'll hit the siren. Hey, because if you were looking at it, maybe you did. Just a little bounce there off VWAP. And the reason why I celebrate is because it just went right back into, again, another area of possible resistance. So even though the market is at the high spot right now, I don't think that you want to trade a name that sort of drifted back in. The good thing is it's already at VWAP. So if it's going to bounce, it's going to be here. So if it doesn't, that means it didn't hold. And I don't think it's worth the risk holding this back below 40s right now on RGTI.
I like this question.
Yeah, good.
We appreciate all the questions we get in the chat. I love them all. It's just
Most of them.
We both have daughters here.
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention.
Obviously, it was Todd Edwards in the chat. Shout out to you. By the way, if you want to be in the chat, we're probably going to answer a bunch of questions. 40 minutes to go. Volume's not very high here. So hit the subscribe. Obviously, hit the like as well, but join the chat, hit the subscribe. It's a subs-only chat, and feel free to add us with any questions or throw something in there interesting. If I assume you mean if I were or if you were, it's one of those. So either you're buying for your daughter or we would buy for our daughter.
Yeah,
if you were to buy your daughter a stock, which one would be a good one long term? So if you're going to make me pick one, I'm going to say let's not pick an ETF to just make it a little bit more fun. But when looking at the absolute long term, my daughter is seven years old. So I think if I'm a generally conservative type person, when I look at the future of this Mag 7, and I get it, you're supposed to call this, maybe we're calling it the Batman. we're calling it Batman. Which one am I sure is going to be a bit of a blowout and going to be like not go sideways, but still be in whatever we're calling the top 7 or the top 8 30 years from now. The same way Microsoft went from one generation of top stocks to the next generation of top stocks, because it's the only one. The 4 horsemen, does anybody know what they are? Well, I mean, the only ones that are left from that era, the only one left from that era is Microsoft. The 2 that I would bet on that have the best chance of that, I feel like, are Meta and Nvidia. So I think those are the ones. The Meta, because I feel like the VR hardware is going to be unbelievable for the future advertising. And I would say Google as well. But the safest one would be Nvidia. It's just, at the end of the day, AI is not going anywhere. So I think you want to bet on a theme, and they're a leader in AI regardless. So if you're looking for the absolute long term, it was a great dip buy just recently. I think it makes a ton of sense. But I would not argue with Meta one bit. I wouldn't argue with Google one bit. I don't think necessarily Apple, Microsoft, I don't think they're the same jam. I think you go with one of those safe ones. For a hero play, I'd want to think about that one a little bit longer. But when I think of for a 7-year-old, just buy and hold to the next iteration, I feel like you can't go wrong with Nvidia, and Meta would be my second. And I'm just picking the safe ones because that's what I do for my daughter.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're having some fun lasagna tonight. So we're going outside the box a little bit there. Yeah, normally we'll have like a pot roast or something. There is a good question there in the chat. I've also, we want to have Jeopardy immediately. So also we are down for questions for Adara as well. So maybe we could do Jeopardy. Adara could be involved if that's possible. I have no idea. Oh, she's one hosting. Okay, so Adara will be involved
Adara is hosting
with the Jeopardy as well. So, yeah, so anyways, we're going to have some fun just coming up in just a couple of minutes. So that Rigetti, I still have it up. It's still not doing anything right now. Okay, so as far as picking a stock for the future, I don't know. I mean, for all the tech names, I don't think you can really miss with any of that. Obviously, I like Amazon as well. But, what about a stock? We've talked about, if you want to get a little bit more conservative, you could do an Amazon, a Walmart or a Costco. I think those stocks aren't going anywhere either. I actually like Uber on this dip as well. And this might sound a little bit crazy, but even though Tesla is valued where it is right now, I still think that's another pick for the next 15 years at least, where, I mean, will there be any other profitable EV companies ever? I'm just, that might not exist.
We've talked about this before.
Yeah.
Like, at what point are you getting an EV?
For me, my dad said something really funny. He's like, the minute you have to worry about the price of gas is the minute you're in the ground. Because I would never do it for trying to save money on gas.
No, that's not. I don't think that's.
It's true. Right. So for me, it's like it have to be a point where it's really impacts the environment. And right now, I'm not even sure the book is out yet on if these are actually even any good for the environment, and the fact that the batteries and how they are taken from the mines, and how the different work environments of people that are taking them from these mines, so on and so forth. But that's to get a little woke on that situation. So for me, I don't think it matters. Like I would buy an EV name today or tomorrow, or I would buy a gas-powered or oil-based as well. I like the fact that there's no maintenance.
Well, that's sort of the thing I really like about them.
That is something where I could get down with,
It's a simplicity thing. I feel like for myself, it's just like you can have, if you have 2 vehicles as a household, it's like, why not? Like, I have a car that all I use it for outside of driving to work today because there's no traffic is to drive to the station and back. It juts around. I take my daughter to sports inside of my neighborhood in the city. It's like, that would make sense for me to just have an EV, low maintenance. I don't know why.
What I'm thinking is, though, is like, if you're going to use it that little, to me, it's not worth the premium of paying an EV.
Well, I also believe that, I also believe in supporting the industry so we can get past some of the humps that you talk about.
Right.
And when I want to adapt that. Part of it, I don't love the whole cold weather factor. I feel like I'd feel differently if I was somewhere where you didn't have some of those concerns. But it's an interesting thought experiment. Candidly, I own a bunch of Tesla. I love Tesla. And I have no qualm saying it. I own some Rivian too, but I'm probably not buying Rivian. But yeah, it's just an interesting it's just an interesting thought experiment for sure. And look, I know we got another super chat before. I know we're gonna do a little bit of Jeopardy with Adara. She's gonna be hosting. But there were 2 super chats. Easy peasy. Thank you very much for the super chat in here. We appreciate you. Merry Christmas right back at you. Make sure you and yours have a great and a happy Christmas and spend as much time with your family and friends as possible. But I think there was another that we missed. Christopher Mulligan.
Ooh, what's up?
As well. Merry Christmas, Neil and Sean, the whole Trade TV Live gang. Thanks for a great trading year. How many Baileys and coffees is too many at noon? Well, I mean, it's to each their own. I think we all have, as long as you're responsible.
I mean, if you're looking at the screens and you're not sure what stock it is,
well, then it could be.
I mean, that's the breaking.
But as long as you're not driving and you're at home and you're responsible and having fun, hey, to each their own. Always say be responsible. Are we ready for a little Jeopardy? Are we set up? Let's get this party started. No? Yes.
Hi, guys. Welcome to Trader TV Live Jeopardy. Or Trader TV Live does Jeopardy. We're going to be hosting here. There are 6 categories from which to choose. These categories are stock market history, holiday spending trends, Christmas movies and money, famous investors and Santa, best of tickers, and economics of the holidays. So, which category will you be selecting?
What? There's actually a board? Okay. All right, Neil, you're up first, man. You're up first.
Age before beauty, man.
Age before beauty?
I'm just messing up.
What about if I'm both? Okay, so then I'll go. All right, so
I don't know.
I'm going to go holiday spending trends for 300, please, Adara.
Okay, perfect. So just so you guys know how it's going to be, we're going to be giving you the questions. You will be answering, and you must answer in the form of a question. If you get it wrong, then we'll switch to the next person. And with that in mind, holiday spending trends for 300. Let's get it. So,
Do you have to buzz
Sean,
in here?
what is the average amount a U.S. consumer spends on holiday gifts?
No, hold on. He went to the wrong question. It's the second row, my guy. Right.
Holiday spending trends for 300? 200?
Holiday spending trends for 300. So
holiday spending trends for 300. So what is the average amount a U.S. consumer spends on holiday gifts?
Okay. What was the average money amount spent the consumer? All right. $800 is, what is $800?
That is correct, Sean.
What?
That is correct.
Okay.
Huh?
I had
$800
in your face, Neil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
all right.
Sean,
1-0.
what's your next question that you'd like to pick here?
300. Oh, I get to go again. Okay. Christmas movies and money there because we're on it for $100.
Christmas movies and money for $100.
It's over.
Hey, I'm up $300 by the way right now.
It's over.
In Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, what is Kevin's father's credit card brand? So what is the brand of Kevin's father's credit card in
American
Home Alone
Express. 2? What is American Express?
That is correct, Sean.
This is ridiculous.
Congratulations.
What was
So
that for?
now, you're still up. What's
That was 100. Okay. Stock market history for 200, please.
Stock market history for 200. So, Sean, in what year did the stock market crash known as Black Monday occur?
29? Why do I not know that?
That is incorrect. Neil, would you like to steal it?
What?
So here's the question that you can steal from Sean. In what year did the stock market crash known as Black Monday occur?
31.
Okay. In what year? So it's stock market history for 200.
Right.
In what year did the stock market crash
history.
known as Black Monday occur?
1931.
That is incorrect.
Okay, great. So we both suck. What is the year?
Obi wants to
Obi's
steal.
going to go for a steal. Obi, what year is it? That is incorrect, Obi.
Obi said 2024.
Obi said 2024.
That
Why
is
doesn't Obi
incorrect,
come sit over here?
So
What was he? What
the
was
right number was 1987.
Why don't?
Oh, yeah.
Why don't we just scrap
I'm
this
thinking
idea?
that-
This idea is not working right now. All right, Dare. Let's go back to the desk and let's just keep trading.
Okay, because I'm saying it was. Okay, sorry.
We can still hear everybody's mic. Do we want to keep going or? Oh, we can't hear. Okay, we don't have it properly set up. Okay, well, that was Stock Market Jeopardy, and I win, so there you go. So, all right, thank you very
I had
much.
to make sure not
Neil
to look
answered
at the
one
chat.
question. Yeah, I was trying not. I was way too fast. I was literally pausing.
By the way, just everybody, Tesla just broke out. We have another fresh high on Tesla. Just very, very.
I mean, the market is breaking.
The Nasdaq's about to get to 22,000. There's only 30 minutes to go. Just here's Tesla, yada yada yada. Should have, well, whatever. This breakout was not worth a hold. But we just got to 455 here. Tagged it, broke it. Just a reminder on Tesla. This is not nothing. We have a local top at 456. So good look here. You do want to respect this high. It's obviously been resistance to support to resistance one more time here. It looks like it's going to be a big time runner. Look, at the end of the day, I wasn't expecting us to break 22K on the NASDAQ. ES at highs, but we're at 22,000 right now. Tesla's the only one I see going. If you guys see anything else, what else is running here? NVIDIA's not going. It seems like very much a Tesla thing. What is Apple doing? What's going to get us to hold above 22? Apple's just barely above VWAP. Yeah, you need a couple of things to run more than just Tesla. We showed Broadcom wasn't doing much of anything. Alphabet, just double checking. Alphabet's at VWAP. We need something to sustain this move. I don't want to believe if only Tesla wants to go here. Like, it's not, I don't think that's enough. But we're breaking 22. We're at 22,000 right now. I shouldn't say we're breaking. Right. We're at it. And I was just looking across the board to look at a few constituents. I mean, yeah, you're getting bounces off of VWAP. I guess if you can have the names that are not languishing, that are lagging this move a bit and aren't at their highs, if some of the big ones can just even push into the top, that could be enough to take us through and hold through. Like, NVIDIA just lost VWAP on my chart. Like, NVIDIA's like distinctly different. So like it's underneath VWAP and pulling back here. So you're going to need some help for this NASDAQ to press 22. And I understand like it'd be fun if it could break out, but I don't think you want to get caught like pushing through this high on the futures if you're trading the futures or just trying to join a bunch of names here. Because I see Tesla going and nothing else, to be honest.
I almost feel like we just should trade that one.
It's only Tesla
doing. No, NVIDIA's still underneath VWAP.
Nothing else.
You want to trade names that are, you definitely want to trade names that are strong. So we already talked about Rigetti losing that. I just want to, because we went over to the stock market, Jeopardy there. Thanks. That was fun. We'll see if we can get it going again in a second. But there's a nice move down in through 1140. So that was that break that we had talked about. If it did break backs there, we didn't really want to be part of it. So there's the VWAP back in. So good trade there. Just checking on some of the other names that we had traded here today. Palantir. Okay, so we did go long. It did pop through. That could be a trade later on during the day. We had AAL with some moves earlier on today. Some Mexico Central Bank, something happening right now. All right, so AAL, nice move there. Does get going up through 1725. You know, you break that, then maybe there's a little bit of a sail through, right? That's the high of the day. So we are getting ready to maybe break through on American Airlines. Still down on the day with a positive market, so it doesn't really, equate for something that I would be overly looking at right now, but that is AAL trying to come through here.
MST, the Bitcoin pulled back a little bit too.
Okay,
I don't think we got enough to sustain this move. Like
Uber Meta.
Yeah, and you're already, so you now have a bit of a topping tail here that just happened. So this is what it now looks like on the 15 of the NASDAQ. So when you look across the board, you see Tesla go and see everything else not go. This was the push into 22,000, and with nothing else going, you're already starting to see it pull back in there. Yeah, it might have actually been an opportunity to look short. So that NVIDIA off VWAP, maybe it's too late. Yeah, it's too late there. Like NVIDIA's lost VWAP here. I don't know if I'd short Tesla at the highs, but the fact that you're not breaking that 22,000, it is 330. I had a quick peek to see if there was anything on the early looking bounces. There isn't, at least not yet. But remember, we have 28 minutes until the close. That means we have 18 minutes until the imbalances come out. So just remember the timeline here. You're going to see, as normal, the functions of the close are all the same as they normally would be. I just wouldn't expect anything crazy on the locator. I wouldn't necessarily expect any, like the volume that you would usually see at the close. I wouldn't be expecting that. So just be, have eyes and ears open, obviously, for anything that is an opportunity, but don't overtrade this. Like, I haven't seen anything that was really juicy. I feel like Tesla, if we can catch a bit of a bid, that would make some sense. I think NVIDIA maybe at VWAP is starting to look interesting, but this locator is not really giving us anything. And we're not expecting any index actions or anything like that. You don't see that on the half day.
No, there shouldn't be anything going on
much
today,
downward.
for us to really worry about as far as indexes and all that are concerned. So thank you, everybody, for joining us here as we get ready for a little bit of a holiday. We're going to have a little bit of a fun little holiday Jeopardy session coming through here for everybody in just a matter of minutes. So when that's there, thank you so much to Iltech Surgeon right there. Thank you so much for the $10. He says, or she says here, happy holidays, the team. I've made massive changes with my investing account. Come to the screen here. We can show this since following the channel. Thank you so much for following and not just listening, but making calls and just understanding the market a little bit better. We try to not make only the right calls, just try to make educated guesses and whatnot, and try to answer questions to the best of our abilities. And we want to thank everybody for continuously supporting the stream and the show as we can add more and more to it. So good, and thank you for all of that. Just quickly, did Amazon get to 230 yet? Almost. Right there, 229 and change. Okay, so that's not really coming into play. There was one that was breaking the top earlier today that I was like, oh man, if that ever gets there. Obviously it wasn't Coinbase.
MicroStrategy.
No, it wasn't MSTR. There was one. It was a name that we don't normally
Sector?
look at. Crow. All right, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out what it was, but there was something for sure that I was like, oh man, it might not get there, but it might. Oh, I know what it was. It was Reddit. Okay, so let me just check out Reddit here. Right, so Reddit does not get to that level. This was another name that I didn't think would get to 180, but if you're looking here on a daily, this is what it was for sure, because there it was right there. I was like, oh man, if this goes, especially with the fact that it's still relatively underowned, this name could be one of those ones there. Reddit, like it for sure. Upside there on Reddit, breaking through 180. I think that if there's going to be, again, like I spoke to my elder kid there, and he was like, the social media that he uses the most, and I don't know, he lumped Reddit into there. So he said Reddit, and it's like, I said, okay, let's just say there was something going on in the Middle East, or there was like some sort of a event that you wanted to find information on. He said that his number one choice would be going to Reddit. So the fact that he had said that, and he's big into tech, that's means something there. So I guess the problem is that X is like unfiltered. Like, depending on who you're following, you go in there and it's like anybody, can have an opinion and put it there, and it shows up right there on your feed. I think that, and I know there's ways around all of that with
Reddit's
AI.
good. I mean, there's a lot of things good about Reddit, but one of the things I like about it is you kind of know where to go for what you want. Like I'll be the first. Like if I have an issue with my car, I'm going to Reddit. It's that simple. If there's something around the house, I'm like, oh, I have this question about this. I'll go to Reddit too. Like sometimes it's easy to go to YouTube to watch somebody do a video, something very simple. Like, but but for like if it's a little bit of a bigger issue, or like if you want like a hack or fix this problem on the house, and I'm just going to Reddit, and you can always find the right information, and it'll be a group or community that's. Yeah, I'm a big fan of it.
Thing. Yeah,
that said,
Reddit.
you've seen you've seen the daily chart of this thing. But this is one of the most impressive. So everything about that channel on AMD down that is stunk, it's the literal opposite on Reddit, yet somehow more parabolic. Like this thing has higher highs, and it's not exactly on the support's incredibly clean. Let's try to remember this, and I wish I'd paid more attention to this the way we're paying attention to the down channel on AMD, because look at it hold. Since the October breakout, the higher lows are just holding like champions on the way back in. So until this thing closes a couple of days underneath here, why not just look by the dip on each of these? I just heard Obi just say what's going on with NVIDIA.
I'm watching it.
What's happening?
It just fell $2 or something.
Whoa.
I mean, this is the thing. Like, these stories can happen at any time, right? So there's the drop from 141. I mean, could be that there's not too many buyers around. I mean, the volume is picking up, obviously, right there, coming back in. So big volume candle there, spike down on NVIDIA. Like, I feel like I have Benzinga in my ear, but I don't
think Palantir just dropped $1.
Well, the whole market. Yeah, I mean, they're saying
NVIDIA's the big
shares of NVIDIA falling back in a little bit here. We'll have to find out. You said Palantir as well. I mean, that's going to be another big stock. No, Palantir is fine. Yeah, more like NVIDIA, more like AMD. Let's have a quick look there as well. Okay, so there's going to be something there about NVIDIA, obviously, that we're going to see in just a couple seconds. But yeah, AMD doing nothing. Check in on some of the other big names there. Broadcom. All right, Broadcom's nicely down as well. Broadcom falling about $2 there in the last 10 minutes or so, but it's definitely not as dramatic as we look at the chart here for what used to be my friend NVIDIA. All right, well, wow, what a bottom that was. 138.70 looks to be the bottom. They're now up $1 from that. So if you were just like, hey man, this is nothing, well, congratulations, because you got a nice little winner there as it's back up $1 on that news. That's why it's like you have to be on the screen, you know, to hit that. I actually saw it up there and saw it falling. I actually didn't realize that it had fallen this dramatically. But yeah, it did do that on volume spike there. I don't see any news, but when we do get it, we'll discuss it. So right now, yeah, falling out of favor here, NVIDIA.
Yeah, it's always possible, and especially on a day like today, that there wasn't news. It could have. It can just be as simple as technical break, and there's no liquidity. Sometimes that happens. Like a fat finger is a bit of a bigger deal on a day like today. Any kind of a big order tries to go through, and the liquidity for whatever reason dries up. And then you can see something like this. This is why you don't want to get caught with your hand in the cookie jar or overtrade in the afternoon. Like if you're in a long, you could have a stop miss if you use a limit order. And then if you have a market order, you could get a lot more slippage than you were anticipating. But yeah, that was very much, it was NVIDIA and then a few other things with slight moves. I would say Broadcom got the second worst of it. But even then, it's just not nearly as bad. Like we dropped what, $1.50 here on Broadcom, but and managed to hold on to VWAP there. And they appreciate the super chat, Vasily. We'll keep our ears to the ground. You could speculate all you want about why NVIDIA just dropped. Could be technical breakdown, like I said. Could just be a bit of a volume issue, a liquidity issue. We didn't hear anything, and I went over to X and didn't see anything that anyone was necessarily tweeting specifically about NVIDIA, unless it was just referencing the fact that there was a volume event. So right now, the story would just be that it lost the bid.
I mean, that's all the way back to one.
Like mini flash crash, I suppose people would call that on NVIDIA. That's fair.
All right. So I think we are ready to retry the Holiday Jeopardy. So
hi guys, Holiday Jeopardy is back. Jeopardy is back in session, and also again, I just want to say quickly here. NVIDIA, I did not find any news. The only thing I saw, as Neil mentioned on X, was just downside watch, which means we are down. It dropped. We don't know why yet. So if I do see anything, of course, I'll let you guys know. But right now, we're going to be looking here at Jeopardy. Your categories from which to choose are stock market history, holiday spending trends, Christmas movies and money, famous investors and Santa, festive tickers, and economics of the holidays. So, Neil, we'll start with you. Which category would you like to choose?
I'll go Christmas, movies, and money for 500.
Christmas movies and money for 500. Which 1946 Christmas movie became a classic despite initial box office?
What the heck is the name of it? Shoot. Oh, I know this movie. It's going to kill me because it's the one with... Oh, you're killing me. How can I possibly forget this? Rich banking guy who's greedy and the guy who has everything he needs but he's poor. And I can't remember the name of the movie. You're kidding me. I can picture it in my head. Henry Fonda, but I have no idea the name of the movie. I'm blanking.
How much is this for?
Oh, What Is This a Wonderful Life?
That is correct.
I had to time out there. I had to.
Yeah.
But I knew it was Henry Fonda. By the way, the score is wrong. Sean has 400. I kept this sticky because I saw it malfunction.
I mean, everyone's saying it in the chat. It's like...
So, now, Neil, you get to choose again. Which category
I've closed the chat.
would you like to choose?
Same category, 400.
Same category, for Christmas movies and money for $400. In Gremlins, 1984, I'm going to have to read this because my eyes are not that good. In Gremlins 1984, this is the year in which the movie was made, Randall Peltzer buys Gizmo as a gift for Billy. How much does he pay for the mysterious Mogwai?
What is $100? I have no idea.
That is incorrect, unfortunately.
What is $200?
So unfortunately, Sean, this answer is already on the screen. So That is a no answer. Oh boy, indeed. With that in mind, you know what? We'll give Sean, you get to choose the next one here. Which would you like to go with?
All right. How about festive tickers for 200?
Festive tickers for 200 for Sean. Festive tickers for 200.
Nordstrom. What is Nordstrom's?
This company,
Festive tickers for 300.
that is correct.
This one is going to
Festive
be.
tickers for 300. This tech company, ticker WDC.
Oh no.
Manufactures storage devices that see an uptick in sales and as gifts and upgrades during the holiday season.
Western Digital. What is Western Digital?
That is correct.
400.
This company, so this could be for 400 festive tickers.
This ticker's too easy. This one's too easy.
Festive tickers for 400.
I've closed the
Coming up
chat, by the way.
This company, ticker CEG, provides energy services and infrastructure.
Constellation. What is Constellation Energy?
That is correct. What's your next category, Sean?
Yep. Whatever the next one is. 500.
Okay. Oh, this one's a bit trickier, Sean. Let's get ready.
I can't.
CHRW represents a logistics company that experiences higher demand during the holiday shipping season.
CHRW.
CHRW.
I have no. I don't even have a guess. Pass.
I'd like to pass it to Neil. Neil, what's your answer?
CHRW. Yeah, you know what? I have no idea. No clue.
Correct answer is C.H. Robinson.
Oh, okay. Well, I've heard of them, but I've
Okay.
never.
Neil,
Wouldn't
your
have
turn.
reasonably. Wouldn't have reasonably.
Which category are we going with, Neil?
Let's go with what's the last one? I can't read that.
Economics of the holidays.
Let's go with that for 500.
Okay, economics of the holidays for 500, please. Online holiday shopping during Cyber Week surpassed this dollar threshold in 2023. What is it?
Online shopping holiday for Cyber Week. All right, let's go with, I don't know, $2 billion.
$2 billion is incorrect.
Dude, I'm supposed to be able to guess. No?
Yeah,
Is that how
Sean is
Jeopardy
supposed
works?
to be able to guess.
That's way too fast.
We'll give Sean a cut, and then we go to the answer.
All right.
So, unfortunately, sorry about that, Sean. Sean, it's your
Festive
guess anyway.
tickers for 100.
Festive tickers for 100 for Sean.
That one's cheap.
Ticker HSY represents a company famous for its chocolate products, which see strong
Oh, thank
holiday
God.
sales.
Okay, what is Hershey's?
That is correct. Sean, what's your next guess?
All right. I was like HSY almost got me there. All right, let's go to economics of the holiday again. Those seem to be fun. Let's do
Economics of the
100. Let's start at
Economics
the
of the holidays for 100,
Yeah, let's start at the
please.
top.
What is the term for the financial boost businesses see during the holidays?
Financial boost businesses see.
During the holidays.
Santa Claus rally? I don't. Is that the stock market?
Is that your answer?
What is the term for the financial boost? Yes, but it's not right. What is the Santa Claus rally?
That is incorrect. Neil, would you like to steal? Oh, it says it at the bottom.
I wouldn't have known that anyway. So it's. The
I was thinking about that. I was
the
thinking about.
seasonal
Yeah, I
uptick?
was thinking about something like the holiday, like Boone or something
Your
like
turn,
that.
Neil.
Okay, let's go to. I need to see the board. Let's go famous inventors in Santa for 500.
Famous inventors in Santa for 500, please. You said 500. Yes, 500.
Ooh. Who is Santa Claus?
Famous inventors in Santa. Santa Claus rallies are typically attributed to what investor behavior during the holiday season? We will accept one of two answers here.
What is bullish? Behavior? Like it's very ambiguous.
Yeah,
That's for 500.
bullish. I'll give it to you. It's close enough. I'll give it to Neil. Neil gets 500.
Let me see.
don't
What
like
is
that
the
question.
Santa Claus rally? Is what it? You know.
That was not the answer either. So I'll give
No. The question was
Neil's turn.
what behavior is the rally?
But it's just like no. But like
All right, let's go on.
no. I'd like to know what you thought the answer would be though. That should be a wash. Let's go to
Oh,
400.
let's
go to 400.
Yeah, it was right.
400.
Bullish is right.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Let's go to 400.
I thought
Let's-
bullish was right. Go to 400, please. Famous inventors in Santa. Investors in Santa for 400.
400.
400. This investor is known for saying the stock market is filled with individuals who know the price of everything but the value of nothing. Which investor is it?
Not Buffett.
That's a
It's a tougher one.
that's a tougher one.
Did
Oh my God.
Did Jimmy Chill say that one? What? Who's Jim Cramer? How about that? Because I'm not sure. I don't think it's Buffett. So
I'll go with who is Warren Buffett.
you like Buffett?
Both of you are incorrect. The correct
No.
answer is Philip Fisher. Sean, your
I
turn.
feel like I know Buffett one.
Pick a category and
All right, let's go with holiday spending trends for 100, please, Adara.
Holiday spending trends for $100. What percentage of holiday shoppers? Oh, I'm seeing a different holiday spending trends for 100. I have a different answer here. We'll go with this one. The day after Thanksgiving, known for shopping deals, is called what? What do we call the day after Thanksgiving?
What is Black Friday?
That is correct.
Right.
For $400.
That was an easy one.
Or 100,
Let's just
I
go
don't
down the
know.
line then. Let's go to the next question, 200.
Next
same,
one,
Same
200?
category.
Okay.
Or 300, 300.
300? Okay.
Where's 200?
What is the average? Oh,
Ooh.
Cyber Monday was first introduced in what year?
Ooh. Let's go. Let's go. How do 2012?
That is incorrect. Neil, would you like to steal?
What is 2006?
So close, but incorrect.
Oh.
2005.
Darn, that was a good one.
was a really good one.
I'll ask that later
Neil,
on.
would you like to pick a question here?
The only reason I actually knew, because it was around the time
you
we had
knew?
our campus office.
Okay.
Like when we opened our office in 04, 05, around that time.
2005. Okay.
Let's go
Address.
back to famous investors in
2012
Santa
is
for
way too late,
300,
I
please.
Famous investors in Santa for $300. Warren Buffett's
Favorite
I'm
drink.
seeing different things here. Okay, Warren Buffett's favorite drink, Coca-Cola, helped popularize Santa's modern image by using him in their advertisements. In which year did they first feature Santa in a holiday campaign?
This the 300 question?
That's right.
Yes, it is.
You don't know the exact year of this, Neil? Oh, very
What
common.
year?
Yo, Brankos, how's it going, Brankos and
We've been
Ovi?
there for so long.
What are these guys?
And you guys have I'm just like watching.
We're too focused on the questions here.
I also
Adara.
apparently just lost 400 points for taking too much time here. What is
exactly. I'm
the first
dominating
year
this.
they used Santa? I have no idea. What is 1967? I don't know.
That is incorrect.
What is 1950? What is 1950?
You were also incorrect. It is 1931.
Yo, I want my 400 points back, by the way.
I should probably get back for the imbalances, but
1 minute for the imbalances.
we have 1 minute to the imbalances.
What, another question. Who cares about the
One
imbalances? Okay. All right. So famous Christmas movies, 200.
Christmas movies for 200. Okay. In A Christmas Carol, what is the name
Scrooge.
of the miserly character?
All right. Perfect. Next. 200 more for me. All right. 300.
Okay. Christmas movies and money for $300, please.
Grinch. Who is the Grinch?
No, that is incorrect, Sean.
Whoville.
What is Whoville? Get out of here.
What is
Get out
Whoville?
of here. Incorrect. Steal. What is Whoville? Thank you. Boom.
Damn it.
Let's go with stock market history.
happening?
Stock market history for 500.
Stock market history for 500, please. Stock market history for 500. What year marked the Great Depression's stock market crash?
What is 1931?
That is incorrect, Sean. Would you like to steal?
29.
That's
Oh my
correct.
God! Why did I say 22?
Bang! This is what we're talking about, baby.
I did it twice.
This is what we're talking about.
Nvidia 1 million to sell.
All right, that has been Stock Market Jeopardy. And thank you so much, Adara. Thank you, everybody
leave me
else.
hanging, brother.
All right, good one there. I guess I could open the chat up again. My bad. All right, so let's go over here. That was fun. We'll do that again. Thank you. Fabian worked really hard on that, so I want to thank Fabian.
Yeah, he was like, we gotta make
for
sure
that
we
one.
play it.
So,
Thank you. Where is my
Thank
chat?
you so much, Fabian. Yeah, here we go, man. It's good to go right now. NYSE, NVIDIA, Intel, IBIT, all of them. All right, so let's go over to NVIDIA with a sell imbalance. So I don't know, did someone get word of an imbalance there maybe on that sell? I mean, it just came all the way back up. Barcoded volume right now. We did not hear a story for that. I was sort of hoping that maybe it would tell a story, but it looks like it just bounced right back up. Although the market is near the highs of the day, for NVIDIA to be down, maybe there's something there as well. Cisco, 700,000 to buy for Cisco. That looks like it's starting to go to the
Tesla
upside.
460.
All right, so Tesla's rocking. Bitcoin and IBIT, 98 and change.
Wow, unbelievable Tesla. Tesla is chewing up volume like Chrome is chewing up my PC right now. This is ridiculous. I need to switch to another browser, but $460 for Tesla, 7% to the upside. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Merry Christmas to all and to all. Fresh highs on Tesla. There's really nothing I can rhyme with that. So have a little fun with it. Obviously, I don't think you can chase this move, but whomever the buyer is in the afternoons on Tesla, they're back, baby, and they're back with a vengeance. Remember last week or 2 weeks ago, we saw it for like 9 days out of 10 or 8 days out of 10. you had a buy program that emerged late in the day on Tesla. Well, I don't know what's going to happen on Boxing Day. I won't be here for when it happens, but probably worth taking a look at Tesla from 3:30 on, just in case this pattern keeps on happening. It's been one of those situations where if it just starts going, join it. And then do it every single day until it's not there. It looks like it's back there on Tesla. Obviously, as Sean mentioned, the fact that there was a sell imbalance on NVIDIA would probably have had a bigger effect if it hadn't dumped already. So it's not doing a heck of a lot. NVIDIA stays flat on the day. It was a fun day this morning. I think for a lot of traders, just make whatever it was on the breaks long in the morning. And I suppose if you'd done a few reversions, they would have worked well. Like, who would have thought just shorting NVIDIA would have looked good on the turn? But yeah, hindsight's going to be 2020. I just saw in the chat, look at Nuke. So shout out to Kritika. Hopefully I got that right. I could have got that wrong in the chat.
Yeah, probably did.
But Nuke, which is down precipitously, did catch a little bit of a bid here. It still hasn't even done 1 million shares worth of volume. I would argue, and I think it's safe to say, this is still looking a little bit on the back end of things. When those low float runners go, it looks like it's still on the back end of it. I appreciate everybody. Thank you, everybody, for the birthday wishes in the chat. I plan on having some fun with the family. I've worked on my birthday sometimes on Boxing Day, but this time my daughter gets really excited if I spend it at home. She loves the whole breakfast in bed thing where I have to pretend not to be awake, and then she comes in when she brings toast and whatever and my morning coffee. So it's fun to be able to do that with the family, and that's what it's all about here. I have to admit, I kind of like this lasagna idea that you guys are going with, because we like the off-brand Christmas Eve as well. And we're doing tacos.
Ooh.
Because we like doing something different that's not, if we do a Christmas dinner, but it's for like Christmas Eve.
Right.
And we're like, well, it's Tuesday, and my daughter loves tacos. She's like, why don't we do tacos?
Tuesday?
I'm like, done.
Taco
Keep it
Tuesday.
simple. So we're going, because we always do something untraditional.
You ever see the Lego movie with Taco Tuesday there?
Oh, yeah, she loves it.
Yeah. That was
She loves the Lego.
classic. All right, 5 minutes to go right there. Yeah, happy holidays to everybody. IBIT up 6%, so good day there for anybody that sort of traded some IBIT into the close. They're closing near the highs. As Bitcoin doesn't get to 100, doesn't get to, did it get to 99? But 98 and change right now, 98.7, good enough in my books. I think we break 100 soon as the momentum to the north side here for Bitcoin.
130, I think we break it.
Lost the Bitcoin. Here's the Bitcoin chart right here, right now. I just wanted to show you. There it goes. So nice straight up, straight up move there for BTC going higher right now. As you can see, right, we talked about the trend breaker there, the 200 period. So if you are long this and you're wondering where I think a good spot to get out would be is in and around 95, right where that is right now. So I think if you break back down below, you probably, I mean, if you're fine holding it to 92 or 93, I still like the long in Bitcoin, so I don't know if you want to get out. But that's a good spot there. Watch out for the trend change there on BTC. Nothing but love for the upside there on crypto. I think it'll be 100 by the time I see you next. NVIDIA, so it does have that dip, then the rip. Not even really a rip. We're now just battling with 140. We can check out if Palantir goes out at highs today. It looks like it will. The previous high, I thought was in and around 82 for PLTR. Yeah, 82.02 was its last and best ever close. So we'll be in and around there today. 82.02 coming through for Palantir. So that's, if we can close there, great. We had a great, like Neil mentioned there, we only had 2 trades today. That was Palantir. We tried it right there again. We had it huge in the morning, small, if not nothing right there. And then we actually tried NVIDIA again as well, right into there, right before we left you. So big trade off the open and then a big move intraday on NVIDIA that we just missed. And then now right here. So pretty barcoded throughout the morning, throughout the midday. Even though it seems like it shouldn't be morning yet, or afternoon yet, but the market's closed in 4 minutes. Rigetti looks like it'll go out at 11:40 or so. Amazon did try to get up to 230, no can do there. Apple 260-ish, 258 was the high. It looks like it will close at the high there on a nice rally late day there on Apple. So people talking about, look, I love Robinhood.
Look, I was going to say, look at this thing today.
39. Why is it that low? I didn't even realize Robinhood was that low, to be honest with you. But nice move back up there for Robinhood. That's a buy for sure. I like that stock.
It bounced 50 period.
Oh, man.
Almost.
Too bad.
Okay.
I didn't realize it was that low.
Check that. It almost got to the 50 period. To say it bounced in front of the 50 period moving average on the daily recently, probably headed right back to the highs. If you like a stock and it's supporting the 50 period moving average on the daily chart, then you want to buy that stock. If it's something that you don't already have, like everything you want in, Meta just did something similar to that. You have to give respect and shout out. Tesla is not exactly losing volume at this high. Tesla just put in the biggest volume candle since the morning, but all afternoon, right
rip
here.
At the end of the day again.
Like, it's just, like, this is insane, this program. Like I said, like, if this program buy is still on, I should have pulled up a 15-minute because then you could get a better sense of it. It stopped doing it when we tested the 480 level, but there were so many days where you get, like, a parabolic candle in there, parabolic candle in there, parabolic candle, parabolic. Sometimes it goes $10, other times, like this move was 10, this move here was 76 to 90. That's like $14 move to the upside. Today, you've got an $8 move to the upside. But the key is, it's just like all green bars. And it does it, and then it keeps going, whether on a 3-minute or a 15-minute. So, like, Tesla's a story. Like it, I don't care what you think of it, but when the program gets turned on, you should want to join this. So, a lot of fun look, it's fun for everybody. The ES and both the ES and the NASDAQ are going to close, as they should on a day like today. They're going to close at fresh highs.
Yeah, right back at you there, Chef Joe, before he goes. That's another industry that kind of gets a little bit of a bad rap. I mean, I don't feel sorry. I know Neil talked about this, the athletes. Like, how about all the people that don't make hundreds of millions of dollars that have to work on Christmas? Shout out to all of you, and shout out to Chef Joe as well. And thank you for everything, everybody, Uber drivers, all that kind of stuff out there as well. But hey, even if you're working, it doesn't matter. Put the work in, then go spend some time with your family. And just thank you so much for everybody for watching. It's been an absolutely great year, great holiday season. And the year's not over. We're back, obviously, for everybody that's in Canada. It's a holiday on the 26th. So obviously Neil's birthday, happy birthday. We'll still be here live, of course, even though it's a holiday in Canada, still open in the United States. Boxing Day only celebrated in Canada and the UK.
The UK, yeah.
So very interesting there. And Boxing Week deals start a couple weeks before. Like they started like at the beginning of December, it feels like, right there. But all right, with only 20 seconds to go, thanks to Bears vs. Bulls. Merry Christmas to you and yours as well. And for everybody out there, same. So here we go, 15 seconds left. It should be an exciting time in the household of many people heading tonight, and we'll look to that. And Adara, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you as well. 3, 2, and 1.
There it is.
All right. Oh, Australia.
Christmas bells ringing.
That would make sense there, I guess.
Oh, no way. Australia does it as well. It makes, I guess because it's...
the Commonwealth over. Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense there. So, okay. I don't know. Maybe India. I don't know. Anything with some British...
I don't know any other... Well, I mean, the West Indies are technically used to be Commonwealth, and they've never celebrated Boxing Day. To my knowledge, they don't celebrate Boxing Day.
I didn't even know Australia, but thanks.
No, you know what? I've always, it's fun. They have the good deals. Like, think of it like our Black Friday in Canada. So we get 2 Black Fridays. We get this and we get Boxing Day. So there
must be something similar in the States where everything just goes on sale like right after.
Like after. Or why wouldn't you do that? It's like the sales for
inventory blowout days.
I'm sure you got deals too. But all that matters here is that you have fun. Spend some time with your families, everybody.
What was that symbol? C.H. Robinson? Okay, I have to remember that now.
That one I can't get over that 300 question.
Which one?
Investor that we've never heard of.
Oh, yeah, and then somehow I got something right on there. What was it? I got the very first one we ever did.
It was the $800. It was the average amount of spending.
Yeah, I thought
for U.S. household.
So I thought I had heard that.
Yeah, you must have read.
Yeah. Well, not read it. I must have heard it somewhere, but or I could have read it on X maybe. Reddit on X. You see Reddit.
Buy Reddit shares apparently right now.
I like RDDT. Okay, that's it for us. All right, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy birthday. We won't see this guy on the 26th, but I think it'll be me and Obi or me and Joe. I'm not sure who it'll be. Obi, is it Obi?
I think it's Obi.
All right, we'll figure out who it is.
It'll be Obi.
Right there, Happy Holidays, Ramin, everybody part of this. Fabian, Adara, everybody, Sharif, Joe, Obi behind us, Brankos, Neil, everybody. All right, there it is. Hey, Adara. She's a mean one, Mrs. Grinch. Yeah, that's the thing.
And Mr. Grinch.
The Grinch. So they could do another. They should do another spin-off. Like
the
change the whole
Grinch
thing. Should have a family.
The Grinch
He
should
could
have
beat the
got a
Mrs.
family.
Grinch, and they could have a bunch of Grinchlets running around and everything like that.
I stand by it.
All right, I need to. Okay,
I think
I need to contact a lawyer
I think that's an
ASAP.
idea right there.
Get this idea written down.
Yeah, you might want to, but you might want to make some money off
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Thank you, everybody. You know what's good. Make sure you have an awesome holiday. Drive safe. As always, drink and party responsibly. We are Trader TV Live. Have a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everybody. We'll see you back on Boxing Day.
See ya.